Good morning. Good morning. It's such a great morning. Women are in the house. Women are running things. Women are producing. Let's give it up for women. Let's just give it up for women. I am your MC for the day, Ebony Young. I'm the Queen's Deputy Borough President. For those who don't understand what that is, it's basically the Vice President of Queens. So 2.5 million people, documented, potentially undocumented 3.5. So, Queens is a city. We've got women running cities in this world, and I think that's an amazing thing, right? So, wealth follows energetic, dedicated optimism. Wealth follows energetic, dedicated optimism. And that just happens to spell out we do, WEDO. And we have a woman here that has exuded energetic, dedicated optimism. And that is in the name of the We Do founder, Miss Wendy Happy Dog Baby. You come on up here, Wendy. Yes, let's go.
Woohoo!
All
All right, first of all, I just gotta say, Ebony is a big deal. So I met her during the United Nations General Assembly, and I heard her speak, and I'm like, who the heck are you? I'm like, my God. So I don't know, like vice president means like she's the number 2 person of Queens. Yeah. And I know us Manhattan people think, Queens, but it's actually, Queens has got the best Greek restaurants.
Yes.
They've got Ebony. Yes. I mean, so anyways, you guys are going to love her because she has so much energy and she's going to make this day go really smooth. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone for being here today. Wow. And as if anyone knows me, I'm a dog person. The UN gets really weird with me when I bring my dog, so I do not bring my dog. But don't worry, he's okay. And so this is our 10th year anniversary. Woo! Woo! You will hear my story at lunch, so I won't go into it, but I want to say thank you to everyone here today. This is probably one of the most important days, November 19th, our official day of Women's Entrepreneurship Day, that has been the catalyst for what you see today in supporting women entrepreneurs and women in business. Because a decade ago, very few media companies were promoting women entrepreneurs or women in business. Very few companies had even recognized the importance of women in their companies. Very, very few governments recognized women entrepreneurs or and what they are doing to help our society and economic impact. So I want to say thank you so much because this is a grassroots movement. Everyone here that is working this, me, Ebony, all the volunteers and the amazing people here, we're all volunteers. So if you had a little problem getting in, don't worry. Woo! Because today we are literally funding the most important projects in the world to help support women entrepreneurs that are disadvantaged and impoverished, and that you're never going to know who they are, but you could follow them. Actually, some of them you will know, but the greatest thing about life is charity is helping those that can never help you. So thank you for being here. Woo!
Diamonds shine bright. Wendy Diamond, everybody. Let's give it up. All right. So we are going into our keynote address right now, and that is none other than H.E. Mr. Daniel de Valle Blanco, Ambassador and Permanent Observer of International Youth Organization, OIJ, United Nations. So if we can just give a round of applause for Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel, come on up here and join us for our keynote address this morning. Is Mr. Daniel here? Okay. All right. So I don't see Mr. Daniel in the house yet. So, okay. So what we're going to do is alter this agenda. The first thing I want to do before we get started is I want to make sure that you're sharing this day. It is really important that you share this day out with your friends. So hashtag choose women, okay, on your social media handles. Hashtag we do. right? And share on social. What is that? We do 2023. Hashtag, right? Hashtag we do 2023. And we want to make sure you are sharing this on social media throughout the day. And always remember that this is always about investing in goodwill. So tell your friends about that. We're supporting women entrepreneurs. Yes. Yep. Hashtag choose women, CHOOSE, women. Hashtag we do, WEDO, 2023. Yes, right here. Thank you. And at Women's Day, right here on the screen, right? I don't know if there's a screen over there. Yep. Women's We Day. Yes. Women's We Day. We got this. Do we have this? Are you opening up your social handles and making that happen? Okay. So, is Mr. Daniel here? Mr. Daniel Del Val Blanco? Is he here? Mr. Daniel, get on up here. Let's give it up for Mr. Daniel. Oh, happy day. Thanks for joining us. All right.
How are you? Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, and sorry for my little delay. You know, mornings are not for me, definitely. I rather prefer the afternoons, but I'm really, really glad to be here. And first of all, thank you very much to my good friend Wendy for having invited me to this exceptional opportunity. As you might see, I'm not a woman, but definitely I'm a great women supporter. And I consider myself to be an entrepreneur, even though I'm right now a diplomat. Let me first introduce a little bit of myself. My name is Daniel del Valle Blanco. I'm originally from Madrid, Spain, and I am the permanent observer of the International Youth Organization to the United Nations. It means I represent the youth and I work with the youth. Why do I say I'm an entrepreneur? Because I pretty much developed this mission. I pretty much did the research on how to evolve this mission and make sure that the young generations are in the decision making tables. And we have been working actively in lots of policies involving women. Right now, from our headquarters in Madrid, in Spain, my own country, we're working on an agenda called our new youth agenda. This new youth agenda, in its goal number 8, involves, of course, women. That we need to have an equality, that we need to involve women in all activities. And in our objective number 3, we involve also what it means entrepreneurship and why youth should be involved in entrepreneurship. So when I was told to be here with all of you accompanying, I said, wow, this is my event. This is the event I want to definitely to be. I want to share with all of them. I want to learn from all of them. And I also wanted to share a little story because I know I just have a few seconds. I didn't know this was that short. But let me share an inspirational story that when we were working in the Dominican Republic, we were with a few women entrepreneurs, and we were implementing a program on giving them a higher voice, connecting them with governments. And that's what we did with a woman called Sarah from a province from the Dominican Republic called Bani. And she got to meet with the director of entrepreneurship of the government of Dominican Republic, and they had a program called Superate. This program was to give them a voice so that they could, and a little bit of resources so that they could do their, activities, implement their policies, their programs, and their, start their businesses. So she started from having zero to pretty much have an empire because she started, implementing different policies for agriculture. She had her own land, and nowadays she has given work to over 30 women that are working with her in the field. So that's something that inspired me. She's a young lady. She's, if I'm not wrong, 27, and this inspires me. I believe we definitely need to give opportunities to young women. In our case, in my case, as a youth representative, but also to women in general. So congratulations to all of you for your amazing work. Uh, Sorry for being so improvised, but again, I have to repeat myself. I'm very happy to share with all of you, to be present today. And I very much look forward to learning from all your amazing stories and to learn also how to create my own business myself. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Look, women, we love anyone who's helping us to change policy around women's issues, right? So let's give it up for Daniel real quickly. I just want to share with every woman in here today that no one ever gives you a voice. You already have it. Anybody telling you I'm giving you anything, wrong. Zero. You came to this earth with a voice. Use it. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All right, come on, women. Come on. You have that voice, you use it. That's really important. So we're going to focus our attention right now to empowering her abilities, celebrating entrepreneurs that are elevating the disabled. And this is such a contribution because all types of diversity at a table is imperative. Diversity of people, diversity of voice, diversity of age, diversity of abilities. And a lot of times we say disability, but in actuality, that disability is giving us the ability to think different, to do things different, to see things different, and to walk away differently. And so, right now, we're going to talk a little bit about celebrating entrepreneurs that elevate the disabled, specifically around developing innovative technologies and solutions to empower individuals with disabilities. So, I'd like to call to the stage right now this group, our moderator, Laureen Arbus. If she is in the house, and then Natalie Trayvon, founder of Fashion Designer, Maysoon Zaid, comedian, Helia Mohammadian, the CEO and founder of Slick Chicks, and Topias Sonian, co-founder of General Partner Phillip Ventures, to come and join us on the stage. And the panel lead, Liz Karras, operations manager of the Laureen Arbus Foundation. Come join us. Let's give it up for the group. Thank you.
No. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer H. Cunningham. I'm the editor-in-chief of the news division for Business Insider, and I'm filling in for Laureen today. I'm so thrilled to be here, and I think we should just jump right into it. Welcome to the Empower Her Abilities, celebrating entrepreneurs in the disability community. We're going to shine a spotlight on entrepreneurs with disabilities, who just happen to have disabilities, who have developed new and innovative approaches to empowering people with disabilities. So I'm really thrilled to introduce our panelists, a group of dynamic entrepreneurs who will each deliver a short presentation about their work. So without further ado, first we have Halia Mohammadian, CEO.
Close, very close.
CEO and founder of Slick Chicks. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for having me, Wendy. We met a month ago on LinkedIn, and I'm just so grateful to be in the presence of so many incredible people. I am the CEO and founder of Slick Chicks. We design accessible clothing solutions to simplify dressing for people with various disabilities, chronic illnesses, post-operative surgery recovery, and the aging population, which is essentially all of us at some point in our lives. I started the company based off of a personal a large demographic of people, and there wasn't enough inclusivity and accessibility in clothing. So with a background in fashion design, I started with the first product, made it in my New York City apartment, on my floor of my New York City apartment 10 years ago, and the rest is history. So excited to be here and share more.
Thank you. It's pesky Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And next up, we have Natalie Trayvon, who is the Chief Executive Officer of NYI Inc. accessibility and strategy consultant with Levant Consulting, Inc. Good morning.
Good morning. It's so good to be with you all today. I started my fashion journey because I was getting a lot of questions like, hey, who dresses you? You look cute. Hey, who put that together for you? Wait, does your mom do that? And I was like, no, BB, I dress myself. Disabled people like to be cute. Disabled people love fashion. And everyone wears clothes and everyone deserves the same access to clothing and to shopping. And I didn't see a lot of people that looked like me in fashion media and fashion print. There was no blind people. There was really no disabled people. And so I said, you know what, this is not good. And so I really started my advocacy work with my podcast, Fashionably Tardy. And we said that we were two blind chicks bridging the gap between fashion and disability. And from there, I was like, hey, like I have always wanted to design and I've always wanted to bring blind people into the conversation when it comes to designing what accessibility looks like for us. And that's when I created Not Your Inspiration with my business partner, Ernest Spicer. And yes, we have a spicy name because disabled people are not your inspiration. We want to be inspiring for things that are actually great, not just crossing the street or being on the train or being in the grocery store getting apples and somebody comes up to me and is like, wow, you're in here by yourself? How brave, very inspirational. And so the name of the brand is kind of taking that word back, and all our clothing is based off textures. So as a blind woman, I identify my clothing by texture. And so it's very easy for me to attach a color to a texture, right? So I only need to hear the color one time. So if I get a tweed skirt from Zara, I know this is my red tweed skirt because I'm attaching the texture. And so I wanted to create a collection that reflected that so that other blind and low vision people can identify their clothes easier. And the clothes are fun, they're sassy, they're sexy, they're for everyone. We have a lot of sets because also talking to the blindness community, we found that sets are very easy for them to be able to not have to think about matching things together. And so we have silks and corduroys and lace and leather. And we launched at a fashion show last month, and Slick Chicks was actually a sponsor, so thank you. We did the I Am Inclusive runway show, which was the first of its kind. It was completely accessible and inclusive. The only requirements were that you had to be 18. 30% of our models were disabled, and we had card captioning, ASL interpreting, audio description. And so it was a very incredible opportunity to bring access into the fashion industry. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Next is Maysoon Zaid, who is a comedian, Princeton Fellow, and the co-founder of the New York Arab American Comedy Festival.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? Okay, so first I want to tell you, it is okay to say the word disabled. I see everyone's like so nervous. They're like, no, I think it's special needs. I think it's differently abled. I love the word handicap. Handicap is for parking, okay? I'm not differently abled. I can't fly. And my needs are not special. I am high maintenance, and I ask you to respect that. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Maysoon Zayed, and I often joke on the stage that in the Oppression Olympics, I would win a gold medal because I'm Palestinian, I'm Muslim, I'm a woman of color, I'm divorced, and I'm disabled, and I'm from New Jersey. So when you take when we take all these minority statuses, what does that say about disability? It says that disability intersects with every minority group in the world, every group. And we especially intersect with two very sad groups, which are poverty and violence. So when I started Can Productions, and there's a little joke in there, right? I have cerebral palsy, the initials are CP, Can Productions, CP, get it? It's a multimedia company that seeks to create material by disabled people. There's a lot of stuff out there about us that wasn't written by us, and a lot of very harmful, dangerous tropes exist in that world. So what I seek to do in Can Productions is all the media. Lorene Arbus is my mentor, and so I didn't want to just do theater, just do film, just do fashion. I'm like, no, we're going to do it all. So this weekend, we have a huge show on Broadway, and it's fully accessible. And it's one night only, and usually when a show is one night only, they're like, no, why would we have an ASL interpreter? Why would you not? Why would you not want to market to that audience? Why wouldn't you want to open it up to as many people as you can? And the other big project that we're working on is Shiny Misfits. So Shiny Misfits is my upcoming comic book, and it's a collaboration with Scholastic. And the central character is a disabled child. But one of the tropes that we've been exposed to our whole lives, especially as disabled children, I was one once, many moons ago, is that nobody's our friend unless they're coerced into it, bribed into it. So I wanted to create a character who everyone wanted to be friends with or they feared, very much like me. But we also wanted to create a world where race existed, because the race that's represented on this stage is important. But how do you describe and empower race without using colonial borders? We went back to what the First Nations do. We use elements to describe skin tone. So, as my peer was talking about textures, we use things like colors of wood, metal, sand to describe these races, because it was important that the kids hearing the audio version knew they were represented. And so we tried to make the book as accessible as possible. My author hand drew all the lettering to make it friendly for dyslexic children, and we partnered with Audible to do the audio version. But none of this would matter if we weren't employing disabled people. I have a team of 4 women. They have invisible disabilities. They identify as disabled. The voices on my book, one of them is a wheelchair user. The other one is me, because we need to represent ourselves. So what Can Productions is doing seems shallow, but representation saves lives. Saves lives. There is a day of mourning for children that are killed by their parents and caretakers. What we seek to do at Can Productions, and specifically with Shiny Misfits, is to get parents to accept the disabled child they have instead of pining for the perfect child they never will.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Profound. Next, we have Topias Soininen, who is the co-founder and general partner for Fail Up Ventures. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm going to keep it short so we have time for discussion. But we started Fail Up Ventures because we wanted to bring more values-driven and mission-driven approach to venture capital, where we see oftentimes that's not the case. Because it's a simple equation. If you're solving an important problem that's important to you and other people, that solution equals value, and value equals good business. So a lot of people, I think, miss that. So I think if there was more of that thoughtful, values-driven approach in venture capital, there would be much more opportunities for people who are solving problems around disabilities as well. And we only invest in founders who are solving these kinds of important problems. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions. So my first one is to the entire panel. What can organizations learn by listening and supporting people with disabilities?
Who wants to go first? Oh, I'll go first. Make your events accessible from the beginning. It is so much harder to add accessibility after you've built the entire building, the entire event, the entire app, the entire platform. Build in universal accessibility. As again, my peer said, we're like 25% of the population and growing, unfortunately. So like you want to make sure that you're inclusive, and you need to look around. And if you don't see disabled people in your organization, ask yourself why. Is it because you're not opening the door for people who might not be at the academic level that their peers are, because it was harder for a disabled person to get that kind of training and access? Is it because people with invisible disabilities are uncomfortable telling you? And then finally, use all the tools that we've learned in the pandemic to make work more accessible. Allow people with mental health issues to zoom in with their camera off because they can do their work but maybe can't get dressed. Look at all the ways that you can level the playing field and be inclusive and be fearless about it.
And just to piggyback on what she was saying about access, disabled needs are not special needs. They're access needs, and everyone has access needs. And so if someone is lactose intolerant and we give them almond milk, we're not like, oh, they're special. They need almond milk. So just realizing that everyone has their basic human rights and needs, and you literally make everything better when you put accessibility into the conversation. And this happened to me when I was on set one time. We put paint sticks down so that blind folks could know what their marks were. And then the people who weren't blind were like, wait, I need this too. Like, I needed to know where my mark was. And so it was like an aha moment, like, hey, this didn't cost that much. We got these paint sticks at Home Depot, and it ended up helping the whole cast. So I think it's just that notion of like, hey, we make a big deal out of access needs, but it really does tend to help everyone, and it should just be automatic. And if you're going to include accessibility, make sure that you're getting you're bringing in accessibility experts from the disabled community. Please stop having people speak on our behalf. They usually get it wrong, bless their hearts, but just come to the actual disability community, hire disabled consultants, hire experts from the disability community, and see how much better your event becomes.
I'm just going to piggyback off of what Natalie just said. So for our organization, it's very much we get invaluable insights by listening and collaborating with people with disabilities when we create products. Our manufacturers employ over 380 people with disabilities that touch the products, that are part of the fit trials, that are part of the design process. So a lot of it is just listening and understanding the needs of a wider audience so that you can cater to those needs with services and products.
Yeah, I would just add that, the question about like what you should be trying to learn from people with disabilities. It's like, what's not to learn? Like, you can learn everything and anything from them, just like from anybody else in this room. They're a group of people with, special conditions, and we all have special conditions, and we're all trying to live our best lives. So, listen to them as would anybody else.
Speed round.
Yeah, we have time for one more question, but this is going to be a speed round. What advice would you give to a young person with a disability who is considering entrepreneurship, who is considering starting their own business?
Nobody wants to hire you. You're going to have to work 10 times harder than everybody else. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I just speak truthfully? That's terrible. It's going to cost you more to do the work that you want to do. So, for example, when I'm producing a live show, the reality is it costs more to get an accessible theater than an inaccessible theater. It costs more to make sure we have audio descriptions and ASL interpreters and all the things that make it safe and enjoyable for a wide range of disabled people. So it's going to cost you more. And I think this is for disabled kids and everyone around them. Stop focusing on being healed. Live your actual life. If that cure comes and that's something that you want, fabulous. I personally shake it like Taylor Swift. I want to keep it. It's been lucrative for her. It could make me billions, right? We're going to talk about venturing and capital. But, stop focusing on healing and cures and start focusing on living.
My advice is to not be afraid to try. A lot of people are so nervous about failing that they don't do anything. And what does that do? Nothing. So I always tell people, this was some advice that one of my good friends, Courtney, gave me. She said, Natalie, anything that you're ever afraid of, run straight towards. And I've been running ever since.
Yeah.
I would say let your passion drive you and don't underestimate the power of your voice and your determination, no matter who you are or whatever situation you're in. Have a supportive network and cheerleaders and people in your corner and mentors, amazing mentors that want to help you and see you succeed.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of those, but I would just add that don't just start a business to start a business for the sake of starting business, but start a business if you see a problem you want to solve. It's simple as that. And yeah, then the rest is there.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my esteemed panelists. Let's give a hand. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. As everyone retrieves their disabled person from the stage. Oh.
Oh my God, was that not the most incredible panel? Woohoo! I just want to say Laureen Arbus is probably one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. And she couldn't be here today, but she's been one of our biggest supporters. And what her life has been in supporting disability and her family are probably one of the main reasons why we have the American Disabilities Act here today, because her father founded ABC Television and her sister had cerebral palsy, and they created the United Cerebral Palsy Foundation. And so I just want to say, she's not here with us, but she is in spirit. Woohoo!
Okay, so we're going to play some musical chairs really quickly. What I need for you to do is look on the back of your pass to see if you're sitting at the correct table, because your seat is on the table on the back of your pass. So if you look on the back of your passes, take your passes, look at the table number. Make sure you are at the table that you say that you're at, because there are people like, oh, that's not my table. I don't know. I don't have any seat, that sort of thing. So I'm just saying, let's make sure you're at the right table. Look on back to your pass. Look on the table. Just make sure it matches. Okay? We good? And if you need to move, just move, right? Move. Okay. So, really quickly, some things we took out of this excellent panel, right? Info for us, not written by us, wrong. I dress myself. I'm the fashion icon. Support her work. Describe and inspire rare without using colonial borders. Support her work. Employ disabled people. Representation saves lives. Stop speaking on our behalf. Invest in founders solving disability problems. Not disabled needs access. Not disabled needs access. Look around at your organizations. Do you see disabled people? If not, why? Be inclusive. Be fearless. Focus on living. Let's give it up for that panel. Okay, so charge it to my I don't know if it's charging your head and not your heart, charging your heart, not your head, whatever it is. I may have charged your head, not your heart. I missed Muffy McMillan. Muffy, I want you to get up here and join us right now and give us some words about the Cargill Inc. and your opportunities internationally. Come on up here. Beautiful.
Thank
Yes.
you, thank you. I'm so short. We got to put this down in my mouth. I wanted to thank the panelists. I have a special needs daughter, and she's 38 now. And when she was born, handicapped kids weren't to be seen. People would walk away. If they saw her, they'd try and get on the other side of the aisle. And so to see a panel up here speaking how far we've come is amazing. So thank you to the panel. I wish my handicapped daughter was here. She'd get up there and welcome all of you. You know how happy they are, full of bubbles and laughs and chit chat. Anyway, I have to get to my speech. I'd love to just chat. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed guests and fellow advocates for change. That's what we're all about. Before I begin, I want to note that this event would not be possible without our fearless leader, Wendy Diamond. Please join me in recognizing Wendy for her vision and leadership. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy, where are you? Oh, well. It's an incredible honor to be here with all of you today for We Do 2023. A decade ago, We Do ignited a movement with a mission. Today, we are gathering at an important moment for the mission we share. The mission is bold and necessary. It binds us together to do work, to lift girls out of poverty worldwide, amplify the voices of women, and harness the transformative power of entrepreneurs. A decade ago, after taking on that mission, our shared commitment to the empowerment of women and girls around the globe has made a difference. Even still, we have more work to do because today, women around the world continue to face significant economic and social barriers, are often undervalued for our ideas and contributions. And women's potential in our communities and economies is often left untapped. That is not only ethically and morally wrong, it is counterproductive to building a more vibrant and inclusive global economy. Working with Opportunity International, say hello to all the girls at the OI table, over the years has taught me a simple truth. When we invest in a woman, you invest in a community. You invest in the next generation. You invest in the very fabric that holds our society together. That is exactly what all of us are here to do. By celebrating, supporting, and uplifting women entrepreneurs, we are determined to create a more equitable world for everyone. When we do this, the benefits will speak for themselves. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, if women farmers had the same access to resources as men, 150 million fewer people would be hungry today. That is staggering, right? The World Economic Forum estimates that advancing the employment of women could add 12 trillion, that's $12 trillion to the global GDP, and boost some countries' economic output by as much as 35%. Why is this? I can't turn that way because the microphone doesn't. So if I'm stuck. This is because better earnings for women translate into better health, education, and well-being of their families, communities, and economies. Simply, when women succeed, we all succeed. But it will take more than aspirations to make these statistics a reality. It will take sustained action on a global scale. As a Minnesotan, I believe each one of us, each one of you, has a responsibility to improve the lives of all our neighbors, both near and far. That is why I am so proud to be the global ambassador for women and girls with Opportunity International. We provide women with financial tools, training, and support to help them achieve sustainable livelihoods for themselves and their families. We connect women and girls to literacy and business training. We equip farmers, entrepreneurs, and school leaders with the skills they need for success. We offer women tailored, accessible, and inclusive financial services, including mobile banking and access to woman led banking networks. We've developed networks like savings and loan groups, trust groups, farmer cooperatives that connect women to each other. How great is that? Connections like these, both formal and informal, help women empower each, just they work together to overcome global challenges. These game-changing efforts touch the lives of tens of millions of women around the world every single year. Staggering number. More than 93% of the 18.7 million people that Opportunity served last year were women. Come on, guys. Come on. The support that these women received allowed them to build more sustainable livelihoods and send their children to school. How great is that? This is the critical recipe in breaking the cycle of generational poverty. There are many gains in knowledge, confidence, income, and access to opportunity, which have positive multiplying impacts, benefiting entire economies and communities. Anyone involved with Opportunity International has seen firsthand those multiplying impacts come to life. One initiative I've been leading, for example, has directly impacted more than 500,000 farmers, empowering them to feed their communities and boost economic growth. We have seen the ripple effect when female farmers are given the tools to succeed. Communities flourish, children are educated, and the cycle of poverty is finally broken. The formula for equity and economic transformation, the world really does need a lot more of. Don't you agree? Women and girls continue to face daunting challenges that impact their access to education and opportunity, no matter how much proven impact we have achieved. 130 million girls are not enrolled in a formal education, according to the United Nations, where we sit today. That's a staggering number. Think about that. I mean, the most recent gender gap report estimates that at the current pace of progress, it will take another 150 years to close economic gender gaps. You know, we can't wait that long. Waiting is not an option. Don't you agree? We will not stand by as the generations of girls grow into women only to inherit the same inequities their mothers and grandmothers faced before them. We must act now. We will act now. The good news is that we are not alone in our conviction, and something needs to change. I've been encouraged to see governments, NGOs, global companies, and everybody show up on behalf of women and girls. I'm especially proud of my family's owned a company for 158 years, Cargill, and I just have to put in one little pitch and then I'll close. I know. Cargill, in its efforts to nourish the world in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way, recognizes and empowers the contributions of women in food and agriculture. Our company has continued to expand its investments in initiatives to support women and girls with access to markets, education, training, and economic opportunity. Efforts like these do matter. They demonstrate that through the power of partnership, we can make a lasting, meaningful impact in women's lives and do it on a global scale. Before I conclude, which will be soon, I want to know that how we do this work and who we include along the way also matters. By involving women in the change we seek, we can ensure that our sisters across the globe are not only seen and heard, but are leading the charge for equality and justice. That's a commitment we've made at Opportunity International, and one I hope all of us will make to build a more equitable and prosperous world. Our partnership with We Do follows that philosophy. Together, we are not just advocates, we are active participants in reshaping the narrative of women in the global economy. We are building a future where a woman's worth is not determined by her circumstances, but by the breadth of her dreams and the strength of her will. I love that. We are, sorry, we are not daunted by the scale of our ambition. Instead, we are inspired by the lives we have touched, the progress we've made, and our potential to shape the future. Looking to the next decade of impact, I am driven, like all of you are, by an unwavering belief that together we can create a world where every woman can thrive. I am committed as ever to making it happen. So, everybody in the room, don't literally stand up, but let's stand up for ourselves, stand up for each other, and stand up for the next generation. Together, let's continue to break down barriers, build bridges of opportunity, and invest in the potential of every woman and girl. When we do, we will boldly claim a future where gender is no longer a barrier to success, but a celebration of potential. Here is to the next decade of impact, empowerment, and enduring partnerships. Thank you.
Buffy, everybody, Buffy. A movement with a mission led by a woman on a mission. Look at this. Amazing. Yes. Woo! Go, Muffy. We are very excited to have women like this leading our world, right? She talked about global things, global initiatives. It's major, it's impactful, and it's great. So we're going to move right into a panel looking at companies that are reshaping the world. Our moderator, if she could get it on up here, it's Ritika Gupta, and all of the folks that are on this panel, please come join us. Get ready for some enlightenment, everybody. Come on up.
All right, well, thank you, Ebony, for that intro. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ritika Gupta. I'm a reporter at Bloomberg TV, and I am so excited to be here at the United Nations for Women's Entrepreneurship Day and the 10th anniversary for that. So this is very exciting. And this session is our Express elevator pitch. So I have 5 speakers sitting here, and they have just 2 minutes to enchant and inspire you with their business. And it's not just about what they've achieved, but about what they're looking to do next. Whether it's funding, guidance, game-changing partnerships, or just getting word out there about their business and what they're doing, well, this is their chance to capture your attention. So, as I mentioned, I have 5 speakers sitting here today, eagerly waiting to come up here and speak. And I'm going to introduce them before letting them start their 2 minutes. And we're going to be very strict, okay? So we're going to have a cutoff after 2 minutes. And I have Caitlin over here. If you give us a wave, Caitlin. And she is going to be our countdown with that 2-minute timer there. And she will also signal to our speakers when there's just 30 seconds left to go. And I will cue you all when you are to begin your 2 minutes. All right, so let's get started then. So I'm going to welcome the first speaker up here. So Pinna Omachi. So you can stand get ready.
So she is the global CEO at Timus Networks. She is a seasoned veteran of the tech industry. She's currently leading Timus Networks with its commitment to revolutionizing SMEs to protect their networks and data against breaches and ransomware. Now, she has 2 decades of experience spanning software as a service, cybersecurity, and mobile tech. And notably, she was instrumental in 3 successful company exits before she joined Timus. So please welcome Pinar, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
All right. Well, Pinar, I'm going to give you I'm going to start you. So just hold on there. So Pinar, your 2 minutes, get ready. It starts now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Pinar Ormiji. I'm the CEO of Timus Networks. So a lot of small, medium businesses think that they are too small to be hacked, that the hackers don't care about them. Well, actually, it could not be further from the truth because they are right in the sweet spot for hackers. And the reasons for that is a couple of folds. The first one is they have less security awareness, less cybersecurity training, and they have less tools to protect themselves. The second thing why hackers love them is because nobody cares if a small medium business gets hacked or not, other than, of course, the small medium business and the clients, because there's much less news coverage and there's a much less likelihood for the FBI or the government to go after the hackers. So in case of a breach, a small medium business has a lot to lose: their customer information, their credit cards, social security numbers, their payroll data, their financials, potential IP, and all of that. So what our company does is the Timus solution. So the solution was built from the ground up to protect the small medium businesses and their employees wherever they are accessing the company network and the resources from. So we are a cybersecurity company that has a lot of firewall and network security experience. And our goal is really to protect the small, medium businesses, starting with the United States, but our goals are ambitious. Of course, in Europe and Asia, this problem also exists. So what we have done so far is we raised $4 million in seed funding. And we are looking for $1 million additional seed funding from a strategic venture capital before we go for Series A later next year. Thank you so much. I'm perfectly on time. Thank you.
Perfectly on time indeed. Thank you, Pinar. All right, next up we have Rebecca Dixon. Rebecca, if you'd like to just stand in the middle here. She is the CEO and co-founder of GameHers, a media platform and social network for women who game. So the GameHers celebrates women in the gaming industry, believe it or not, and works to advance the role, voice, image, and power of all the GameHers in the gaming world. She was formerly the managing director of advertising and strategic partnerships at Mummy Bites, which they sold in 2016. She's got 20 years plus experience in advertising to marketing to brand partnerships. So please welcome Rebecca.
Hi,
And
my name is Rebecca Dixon, and
So I'm going to give you the countdown for the 2 minutes.
Okay. Great, I
So
have 1 more
very
second.
strict over here. So Rebecca, your 2 minutes, it starts now.
I'm Rebecca, and I am thrilled to introduce you to the GameHers, a groundbreaking venture that is reshaping the video game industry. Despite being 50% of gamers in the world, women are often marginalized as players and professionals in the industry. This lack of diversity limits the potential and alienates a massive market. That's where the GameHers comes in. We are a platform for gaming enthusiasts, a movement dedicated to inclusivity and amplifying voices, a safe haven with Web3 and AI, and an ecosystem that provides connection, education, and professional entrepreneurial opportunities. The 1 million gamers in our network already make us the largest community of women gamers in the world. The gaming industry is already a behemoth, 3 billion gamers, $300 billion industry. 50% of those gamers are women, and beyond that, over 90% of Gen Z and Gen Alpha play video games. These women and girls dominate social media and influence spending decisions. So let's talk about the business. Our revenue model is diversified, encompassing a subscription for premium features, educational masterclasses, partnerships with influencers and gaming brands, and sponsorships of our exclusive events. Our journey has seen remarkable milestones so far. We have doubled our user base in the past year. We have secured partnerships with Walmart, Benefit Makeup, Morgan Stanley, and we have raised $3 million in seed funding already. Thank you. Our founding team is well positioned to succeed. We have a past exit, family ownership in the WNBA and pro esports teams, and we have been thought leaders at South by Southwest and the Consumer Electronics Show. So why am I here today?
Just cut off now.
To meet you.
What? Thank you so much, Rebecca. All right, next up we have Trixie Castro. So Trixie, she's an accomplished entrepreneur and has founded and invested in over 50 plus companies across diverse industries. And she's a recognized innovator in the US real estate and mortgage finance industries. And her combined organizations have funded over $5 billion in loan originations and over 5,000 loans. Her notable ventures include Genesis Capital, which is one of the nation's largest providers of private money loans, which Trixie founded back in 2007 and sold to Goldman Sachs in 2018. Now, her current venture, TRX Capital, has a variety of investment vehicles under its umbrella, and she will tell us more about it. So let's welcome Trixie Castro. And Trixie, your 2 minutes starts now.
All right, thank you. What a pleasure to be here. It's truly inspiring. So the story starts way before any of the companies that she mentioned. The story starts with a need, right? We have to solve a problem. Seeing that in the real estate space, there was a niche of regional developers that didn't have financing that suited their needs. So now naturally it's my problem. So I have to get involved. Set out to start a company. The problem was I was in college and very broke. So started my company, a phone, a desk, and that was it. My first employee, 14 years old, working for a prom dress. She had the audacity to win or get the lead in a high school play, so I had to hire her best friend. Okay, so now I've got 2 minors. Okay, those are both Brittany's, are still with me today. They've grown up. Everybody's gotten their MBA. Long story short, we have built and sold many companies, worked with many other entrepreneurs. It's our passion. We sat out our non-competes, right? We played by the rules, and we were itching to put together the model, the bigger, better, faster of the lending company, especially in today's world. We want to revitalize neighborhoods. And so we're back. And the company's name is TRX. We're raising a $500 million fund, which may seem like a lot, but when we exited, we were funding $3 billion a year with 0 defaults. So we're super excited about it. We're paying our investors a 10% annualized, but we pay it quarterly. So very excited about it. And we're here today to promote that and to promote females in entrepreneurship roles and leadership.
All right, thank you, Trixie. Now, next up, we have Lisa Morris. So she is the co-owner of Sociavi and managing director at AKS Family Partners. She's an active investor and advisor for dozens of startups, including health and wellness companies such as Whole Person Health. Now, the company she's talking about today is Sociavi. Now, they develop a communication device for aging adults and their families. When you think of technological advancements today, they've been able to change our lives, especially when we talk about AI so much these days and the move towards that. But it can often leave the elderly struggling to keep up. So she describes Sociavi as a game changer. So let's welcome Lisa Morris.
Thank you.
And Lisa, your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, so the Surgeon General put out a report that loneliness is one of the biggest social determinant of health issues for the elderly population, which is a massive population. But what's the answer? If you can't spend physical time with them, everything is AI and tech in a world that confuses this population. Anyone who's tried to Zoom with an elderly parent or grandparent in this room knows the pain is real. Now imagine if that person had Alzheimer's or dementia. Here comes Sociavi to the rescue. It's a patented, encrypted, safe device that's designed for the elderly with cognitive impairment. So for them, it's a 15-inch screen. that's totally not connected to the internet, so predators can't get to them or trick them. They just have a button that shows the face of the person they want to talk to. For the younger person or the caregiver, it's a simple app on your phone. It works on any device. The younger person can send videos of the grandkids playing soccer. They can upload photos. They can send medical alert reminders. Mom, take your pill. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a game changer. For the older person, no passwords, no logins, no links, nothing to frustrate and upset them. So it really is a game changer. Now, what do we need? We need your help and connections. We need people to know this exists. We need introductions to assisted living, home health, senior living, press. Oh gosh, press. Anyone in this room that wants to give us a plug, please let people know we exist. And even foundations, because we do have a philanthropic arm where a foundation could purchase the devices to give them to the elderly that cannot afford to have them. So my ask of you today is to help Sociavi change the way the world ages. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, well, finally, we have Seth Blaustein here. He is the founder and CEO of Dollar Donation Club. And Seth described himself as a futurist, a Web3 social entrepreneur, and filmmaker dedicated to inspiring global social impact through storytelling. And his campaigns and videos have generated over 70 million views and helped raise more than $11 million for good causes. And I think he said the most recent figure is 15 million. So today he will be talking about Dollar Donation Club. It's a giving subscription to the world's most effective social impact projects for as little as $1 a month. And they're on a mission to make giving the world's most effective causes easy, fun, measurable, and accessible to everyone. So let's welcome Seth here. And Seth, your 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes. We'll give him a round of applause. Come on. And your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. And first, I want to say thank you to Wendy for having the one white male who can pitch today for the sake of diversity. Thank you. I'm Seth Blaustein, the founder and CEO of Dollar Donation Club. We are on a mission to create the world's first collective billionaire philanthropist, made up of millions of everyday people, from 8-year-olds to 80-year-olds who can give $1 a month or more, to collectively create monthly mega donations to highly vetted causes. So we're solving a lot of the pain points in the philanthropic space. We give about $2 trillion to philanthropy globally every year, but there's very little ease of figuring out where do you actually give that's the most effective. You have to do dozens of hours of research. It's hard to figure out who you can actually trust. And then at the end of the day, how do you know that your donation actually made a difference? But imagine if every dollar you gave had a specific and measurable return on donation. Whether that's $1 that plants 4 trees that support female farmers, or $1 that funds 2 days of education for young girls who are living in extreme poverty. So that's what we do. We work with world-renowned vetting experts to identify and make it feel like magic to give money to the most effective projects around the world. Since we've launched, we've grown to about 16,000 members. We also have corporate plugins. We're working with about 200 companies, including NFL teams like the San Francisco 49ers, Levi's, SAP. Very excited to see Ann here from Niagara Water, who we're starting to work with. And right now we're just oversubscribed on our pre-seed round. We just raised about 2.2 million. We're keeping the round open for another month for about another 500K. If you are with a foundation or you're with a company and you want to streamline giving back to the world's most effective causes, would love to chat. And lastly, we're piloting a new product called a giving circle. On every table, there's a QR code, and you can give $1 a month to WIDO to support great women-led organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Well, that was all our speakers there, and I'd like to give them a big thank you. I am so impressed sharing their creative, thoughtful, game-changing businesses. And I hope that 2 minutes, I hope that leads on to much longer conversations and much more collaboration today. So thank you all.
Opening doors here, right? Some key points. Gen Z plays video games. Invest. We must solve world problems. Invest. Revitalize neighborhoods. Invest. Finding $3 billion, funding actually $3 billion a year with 0 defaults. Amazing. Older adults and loneliness. It's real and it's a problem. Invest. Introduce a friend and make a connection. You saw these folks up here. Let's invest. Change the way the world ages. Invest. Solving pain points in the philanthropic space. Just give $1 to solve world problems. Let's give it up for the panel. Okay, so right now you have a QR code on your table, right? Right in the center. Click it, click it, click it, click it. Make a donation. Click it, learn more. Click it, invest. There's a silent auction with amazing things right to my left. Take a look because we're about to take a break. March right on over, run right on over to that silent auction and follow We Do on social media. It's break time. Do your thing. Thanks, guys. $15. Come on back. 15 minutes. QR code silent auction. 3-minute warning, 3-minute warning. We're starting at 11:20, 3-minute warning. Okay, like the Terminator, we are back. We're live. We'd ask that everyone wrap up at the auctioneer table. For the moment, wrapping up at the auctioneer table is momentary because we want you to go back. So it's just momentary. Get those phones out, QR code on the table, click, 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 click. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. So we ask that everyone just silent down, silent down. Thank you so kindly. That's one great thing about women. When we get together, we have great times. We get it, but we're going to move on from this piece. Thank you, guys. If you could come on in and have a seat. All right, guys, we're going to get this started. We appreciate you taking a seat. Thank you. Food looks delicious. Thank you to all the women who are sitting in the room, gracing us with their beautiful presence. We appreciate you. We thank you for joining this gathering and working even beyond a cause. This is really about connecting with other women as well. and finding joy in doing that, finding joy in doing that. So everyone is talking about AI. If you haven't been in the conversations, you've been left behind. Artificial intelligence is the thing. So empowering horizons, artificial intelligence role in fostering women. We'd ask for the moderator to come up and join us for this dynamic talk around AI's role in fostering women entrepreneurs. Coming up, let's give it up, guys. All right.
Hello. I'll probably switch to the handheld here in just a moment. But as our esteemed panelists gather, all right. So just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Monica Melton. I'm a deputy tech editor for Business Insider, where I lead a team covering all things big tech. Today, I'm joined by an incredible group of entrepreneurs. Like, seriously, Google these people. They're pretty awesome. They're going to take us through a discussion on how AI has leveled the playing field for women entrepreneurs by offering data-driven insights, informed decisions, and providing access to networking, mentoring, and funding opportunities to help empower their success in traditionally male-dominated industries. So with that, I would love for each of you to give us a brief intro of who you are and what you do.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Hi, I am Dr. Megan Reese. I am the founder and CEO of a new startup called Solid Intel. And what we're doing is we are using national security concepts to de-risk supply chains, help with human rights, and eventually even help with climate change issues.
Hi, my name is Carol. I'm known as the mother of robots, and I like to build, fix, and play with robots. I had founded a self-driving car company, worked in surgical robotics, and now I work in generative art and live performance with technology.
Hi there. My name's Bonnie Anderson. I've been doing healthcare diagnostics for 40 years. I built a company called Verisight that was a global cancer diagnostics company. And a month ago, just started a new women's healthcare company called Pink DX. And I'll tell you about that a little bit later. But we use AI to build better diagnostic tests in cancer.
Hello, my name. Hello? I don't think this, there we go. Hello, my name is Larry O'Connor. I'm the founder and CEO of Other World Computing. Thank you. I want to say I'm really grateful and appreciative to be able to be here and speak to all of the amazing people here today. And my company for over 35 years now has been focused on providing accessibility to technology to enable you to all do more. Now, more recently, we're focused on AI and bringing, I guess, a democratization of AI and eliminate some of the expensive paths to really take advantage of it. Everything today is pretty much in the cloud. There's amazing things you can do with the chat GPTs on one-offs, but in terms of really developing meaningful models, is very, very expensive. And as we've done for over 35 years, we're now focused on bringing AI and a hardware solution that can be owned on-prem and substantially reduce the costs and offer that opportunity for continuous development of those models that can make a big difference in how you compete and how you run your business. So thank you for having me here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you all for those brief intros. I want to start with you, Megan. Given your background in national security and policy, can you talk to us about how your experience in geopolitics, very fitting that we're at the UN Delegates, actually informed your strategy at Solid Intel to help companies actually make their supply chain data actionable?
Absolutely. So in an earlier panel today, a gentleman said that you should start a business because you want to solve a problem. And that's literally why I started my company. I didn't go to be an entrepreneur in search of a problem. I started with a problem and then realized that the private sector was the best way to deal with it. So I spent the last 4.5 years as Senator Mitt Romney's national security advisor. So I oversaw his Senate Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committee work. got to travel with them all around the world. And when it came down to it, when I started thinking about what to start, what to create, I kept coming back to a problem that we did not manage to solve in government, that I really wanted to solve. We just didn't have a solution for it at the time. And that was actually a human rights issue. It was the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And then I started exploring whether or not the advent of these newly available tech tools would allow us to better identify and de-risk supply chains from everything from forced labor to bad actors to, Chinese military SOEs so that companies could sell into the US government, and realized that generative AI allowed us to collect all this data, to teach the data how to talk to each other without a lot of work from my engineering team. And we could do it faster and better. And so I started with the problem and realized there was a solution, which is why I started my company.
Very smart. Yeah. There's so many diverse ways that AI is being used across this panel. So I want to actually move to you, Carol. It's fair to say that you are a serial entrepreneur, having built tech across defense, healthcare, automotive, notably having sold your self-driving car company to Apple. Kudos to you. Since you've explored so many different areas, how did you decide to make AI the through line in your career years before this hype?
Thank you. I think like all of us in this room, you only connect the dots kind of looking back. And I think an important lesson I think is like the job that you want probably doesn't exist. I think for your future kids, I think it's hard to know what you want to do because the future doesn't exist yet. And I think that's one of the powers of technology and AI is being able to create that. So I view AI as like a superpower or a tool. And having that skill of how to code is not the end all, but a way to imagine what the future is, and something that is in your mind, you're able to be able to create. So I actually view engineering as quite a creative endeavor and a way to build business through that. So, and piggybacking off of what Megan said, I think to start a startup, you should find a problem that bothers you and that you're able to imagine a solution. And it should be a company that only you can probably uniquely solve as well. Like there's things in your history that you can pull from that makes you the one that is able to create some sort of solution. So I think that's how I imagine like the future of AI and how I move forward in different chapters of my life.
Amazing. Speaking of solutions, Bonnie, I know that's no stranger to you as well. You bring this wonderful breadth of knowledge as a founder in the life sciences and healthcare spaces. Obviously, the unprecedented challenge that COVID-19 created and continues to create, both for diagnostics, women's health. How do you think the coming opportunities and advances through AI might come about? What are some of the things we're going to see?
I think healthcare is going to be explosive with AI. And it's also a field that people get a little scared about, how is my medicine going to work when AI comes into play? But I'll bet everybody in this room has gone through a journey where you had symptoms, especially as women, because let's face it, from the time we turn in, from adolescence till the day we die, we're going through all sorts of symptoms for everything that can't be diagnosed. Well, AI has the potential to help that, because I just talked to a company a month ago that was able to go out into the world and scour millions and millions of patients' records and be able to look at what symptoms did they come to the doctor with and what were the outcomes using, AI-driven algorithms to better triage those patients so they can get in for the right workup, get diagnosed quicker, and if they don't, have a disease or condition that can be treated, then they know that outcome as well. But 15 years ago, when I started my first company, Verisight, it was before AI was like a dining room table conversation or kitchen table conversation, I guess is the right phrase there. And we were going to solve a problem to take patients that were found to have thyroid nodules, and we wanted to separate the patients that had cancer from those that didn't, because the problem was everybody was having their thyroids out to get the diagnosis, but 80% of the patients would be told afterwards, we have really good news for you, you don't have cancer. And for the women, you don't have your hyperthyroid, so you're going to live on lifelong hormone replacement therapy, and you have all kinds of issues with that. So we knew we had to bring in the kind of big machines to answer that question. So we used AI to basically build the algorithms to develop the test to separate patients with thyroid nodules from those that had cancer and those that didn't. And we saved hundreds of thousands of women from unnecessarily having their thyroid surgically removed.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let's clap on that. Yeah. Pivoting
We're
now
going to do that again in women's health, but I'll tell you about that later.
Yeah, I love it. Pivoting to yet another use of AI, more so on the hardware space, Larry, I'm turning to you. So you're an expert in this space and having had a passion for the technology from a really young age, seeing the .com boom, software eating the world, and now this platform shift that AI is presenting. How do you think about what it means to have a strategic advantage? And even about the impact that the tech could have on communities, from a larger compute for companies to data centers and so forth?
Sure. The big thing is accessibility, and everything that OWC has been about is providing accessibility to technology that really works and gets the job done, and bringing the cost down so that everybody has that accessibility. When only companies with deep pockets, giant budgets, can take full advantage of these technologies, that leaves everybody else at a significant disadvantage. And as we go forward, being able to provide solutions that allow you to go away from the cloud. There's plenty of great things in the cloud, but having on-prem control of your data, having on-prem control of your AI models, and further, being able to take those ideas, not have to wait for time on the web, not have to raise a ton of capital, be able to actually own something that will give you the opportunity to experiment and continue to build your model nearly infinitely. I mean, that's really our goal today. From the storage solutions that media companies have depended upon for a long, long time, we've moved into a space now with AI that's going to let you bring this in house. And again, it's one thing to develop a model one-off. I mean, there's always new data coming into all these fields. There has to be continued learning, otherwise your model becomes stale. And I think a very significant advantage of being able to control and better own these AI platforms is to be able to always have your model evolving. Deploy v1.x. That's up to date with the data you've been able to feed it to whatever point, and then continue that model evolving. Bringing the cost down from literally millions of dollars to own the kinds of systems that you have access to on the web to the low tens of thousands of dollars, and also with a fraction of the power consumption, taking advantage of a kind of a disruptive technology is something that I believe is going to allow every entrepreneur in this room ultimately the opportunity to disrupt in their field. AI is not just something you can play with online and have limited access to. This is something everybody really, really needs. And that's where we're at.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so I heard a wide breadth here. So finding a problem that you can uniquely solve, creating your own job, knowing when to empirically apply the data that AI is presenting. There's a lot of advice, I'd say, that we could gather from this, but could each of you maybe give a word for women entrepreneurs, other underrepresented founders, on how to leverage AI to either create, improve, or grow a business? Anyone can start.
Well, first and foremost, be aware of the tools that are online. This AI, this is a freight train it's not just left the station. It's well down the road, and companies are already significantly embracing and taking advantage of what AI can offer. Individuals are. You have great opportunities to play with AI at a very low cost online, and then take a look at what can AI solve. Now, on site, compared to what it takes to put all that data together with a team of individuals, an AI model, which is relatively easy to develop and easy to deploy, will sift through that data and can be trained to deliver answers in seconds that even in databases your own team may use could take minutes or a lot more than minutes to locate. Now, it's in terms of changing the game for you, it's not about needing less people. It's about really being able to move much, much faster. Have your people with the skills to actually use the data, not spending time looking for the data. And when it comes to whatever problem you're solving, to develop that model, understand your data sources, and own that data. Because me personally, I don't fully trust the cloud. I don't fully trust what goes on when you push your massive data sets up into those cloud models. Learning should be, especially data that's sensitive should be something you always control. And that's, again, start where you need to start. But as that model evolves, take a look at what you can do to have that advantage on-prem, not just because you can deploy a model that, again, always evolves. It never gets stale if you're always feeding new data into it, but because it's also very cost-effective.
Amazing, yeah. I would love to hear from Bonnie as well.
Well, I was actually going to recommend that you think about using AI to solve the things that you don't like doing. So, for example, when I started my new company, we had like 10 different jobs people we were going to be hiring, and I hate writing job descriptions. So we went to ChatGPT and told them to write all of our job descriptions for. Boom, it was done. We can use it to analyze data that you don't want to, take the time to analyze on your own. You can analyze data in spreadsheets without even blinking an eye. So you don't have to always be that super creative, super technical, think about some earth-shattering way to use it. You can use it to make life easier. And it works really great for writing poems if you're not creative, like I'm a science type, so it's very good for writing poems. It can personalize them. You just tell them the key words you want it to write. It's a lot of fun.
Thinking outside the box. Carol, yeah, we love your...
I think it's interesting because very rarely are we all kind of at ground zero. I feel like today you rarely will meet a kid that's like, I was, playing with AI since I was 5, because everyone today, like women, male, underrepresented groups, everyone is kind of at ground zero. So these tools just came out. My advice would be to play with the tools as much as possible and kind of learn it. I do think that in the future coding you might not need that technical expertise because you can ask ChatGPT or some other equivalent to do it for you. Just like websites today, you don't need to learn HTML. It's all kind of behind the scenes now. So it's powerful to be able to know how to interface with it. And where we are today is also, if you have ChatGPT basically gives you access to 1,000 bad interns. So how do you want to utilize that power? It probably won't write the greatest journal article or whatever, but if it's something that you don't really need, you just need some mediocre intern work, this is it. What's for dinner? Like, that's the type of questions I ask. So I feel like just play with it. And I think everyone is where you are. Like, everyone has FOMO. These tools are coming out way too fast. And just, I think as we move forward, that would become easier.
That's a good way to think about it. And Megan, curious of your advice as well.
Yes. So I want to talk about a very specific problem with this. Some of you guys may note PitchBook put out that in 2022, only 2.1% of capital went to sole women-founded companies, venture capital. And so still very little money goes to women founders. And so I actually think that we can use AI tools to help deal with this problem. We know what some of the solutions are. We know that women founders get asked different types of questions in VC meetings. And honestly, I think we can use AI to flip the script. I think that when women founders are practicing, when they're going through their pitches, they should use AI to transcribe their pitches, to ask the types of questions, and then go through ChatGPT, ask it, how do I change the tone of these questions? How do I change the course of this conversation? And use it to use examples so that you can incorporate the stats that we know about raising money, the things that we know that get you from a maybe to a yes, and use AI to push it forward.
I love that. I've learned so much. I could ask you guys questions all day, but I think we're going to have to pause it there. But a wonderful thank you once again to Megan, Carol, Bonnie, and Larry. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent advice. So in Queens right now, I am leading two very important policies. One of them is tech and innovation, and the other is well-being. And the whole artificial intelligence conversation is deep. I mean, it's going big places. Elon Musk said this very profoundly. If you don't get it now, the middle income folks will be poor. The higher income folks, billionaires will be trillionaires, millionaires will be billionaires if you totally get this artificial intelligence. So let's just keep that in mind. Some of the takeaways: start a business because you want to solve a problem. Equitable generative AI can do it faster and better. The future doesn't exist yet. Imagine it and use AI to support you in it. Create and curate solutions. Tech enhances HRT therapy. I've been really hot lately. Okay. Seriously, I'm like, oh goodness, what's going on here? Okay, so saving women from unnecessarily having their thyroids removed, tech can do that. Continued learning is imperative to stay up to date with AI and data. And the last takeaway I have here is leverage AI to create, improve, and scale your business. We right now are going on a break, so get ready to network with the most important people. This room has very important people in it, right? And it is our job to take it upon ourselves to introduce ourselves, to talk about what we do, but more importantly, to make sure that that's reciprocated. You never get in front of a person with a hand out. You get in front of a person with a hand up. So the reciprocation goes both ways, right? There's not just get. What are you giving? Just remember that when you're networking. We'll see you back here at 12:05.
This is off. Thank you. I'm sure that's great. Right. Thank you so much. Sorry for bothering you.
Okay, we're calling all back to our seats. We're calling all back. Thank you so much. We hope that your networking was inspiring, engaging, opportunities developed from your networking. We ask that you cut it off and please have a seat. Cut it off momentarily and please have a seat. Marianne Thompson Frank, you're on deck. You're on deck, Marianne, if you're around. You're on deck. So we are delighted to welcome everyone to the second half of our program, which is the We Do Pioneer Awards. And we do, yes, let's give that up because women need to be honored and cherished. We Do has partnered on many initiatives with different groups at the United Nations, including UN Women, ECOSCOC, UNEP, etc. Amazing work, Wendy, with all the work that you've done up to this point. And we have a very special consultative status with the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, which means that this is just beyond show. This is not just about show and helping and supporting women, but it's really around changing policies, inviting women into a space, helping them in ways that will promote their longevity in their businesses. It's about attacking policy and legislation to make those changes so that women maintain real power. And real power sits in self-esteem, self-worth, and real competencies. And when women come to the table with real competencies, things start happening and power follows that. It's automatic, right? And so I'd like to welcome our luncheon keynote, Miss Marianne Thompson Frank, to give us some words of wisdom. Marianne, come on up. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out here. You know, usually when I come to these kind of events, I'm always being asked, come out and help people have a social conscience about their impact. But I know in this room, I don't need to do that. So I'm going to be setting the bar a little bit higher for all of us today. And this is the thing I want us to talk about. When we hear what's going on around the world, we keep hearing that if a woman is in charge of the money, whether she's in the middle of the Amazon and she's not in touch with anything, or if she happens to be in the middle of Manhattan and is at the top of a big, Forbes international company, she still puts about 65% of what she makes into her community. Think about that. When the United Nations decided to create the Sustainable Development Goals, they did a lot of research, and they weren't really leaning toward one way or the other. They were just looking at people, Homo sapiens sapiens, what each of us are. And they found out again and again and again that if we need to try and help the world, just like we have arteries in our body and you get a stroke if blood gets stuck somewhere, it's the same thing with the economic flow. And the best thing that they realized that we could do as human beings to try and help the world is to actually allow that money to flow through the body of humanity. So the question is, how are we going to do that, especially when the majority of money in the world is actually in private hands? It's not in the hands of governments. It's not in the hands of nonprofits. It's literally in the hands of private entities and people. So when we start looking at that, we have to resource where that's from. And that means we have to find ways to move that money fluid. And I've always identified myself as a humanitarian. I'm very proud to be one of the co-founders of the Mimosine Institute. We have international chapters in Japan, the UK, Israel, Palestine, Mexico, 2 campuses in Mexico. We have land that's been donated behind Dallas City Hall. We're going to be putting an AI in there that's diagnosing the Sustainable Development Goals and helping countries and communities around the world to self-diagnose. So I'm very proud of all the things we've done. We've gotten $55 million worth of food that would have gone into landfills that otherwise was now redirected to helping people where they were hungry and otherwise would all be destroyed. But the way we did that is we did 3 years of actual data research. Well, that is just too long for many people around the world. So how we are able to put that into other people's hands using AI for them to self-diagnose where they are, we're calling it the Vital Signs Monitor in honor of Dr. Don Edward Beck, who was one of the main people who advised Nelson Mandela. We took everything he learned, put it into the AI, thanks to Thomas Q. Johns, our engineer, and now it's ready to go. But here's the thing. When we start looking at all that, I started realizing that was only half the problem. We just recently got 160 families out of the war zone in the Sudan and got them into a south area, very safe area in South Sudan. But here's the problem. That's where people stop. Then what happens to them? We talk about refugees. What happens to them? You have to have a for-profit solution to invest in people so they can continue building lives. Now that's where we began what's called UTF Holdings. We have a holding company that we're investing for the Sustainable Development Goals and to specific demographics. So we have people that are going out there and looking at African American, Black European, Africa Fund. We are looking now also, though, with minorities and saying, why are we having a resurgence in white supremacy in some of the areas? And we realize there's power when people come out and say, you matter. You've been ignored. You matter. But you can't just say that. When I've sat down, and I have with white supremacists, the thing I've said to some of the people who are sitting there and going, tell me, is there a skinhead small scholarship fund? Is there a Ku Klux Klan small business loan entity? Okay, then tell me how they're really helping you. And of course, the answer is, well, I can't think of it. And I say, how can I help you? And then they look at me and oh my goodness, this person who doesn't look like me cares. There's power in looking at people and saying, whatever you are going through matters to me. It also takes us being able to move past and look at empathy. People think that empathy is just something that you do when you're in agreement. Empathy doesn't mean agreement. Apathy is the enemy of peace, but empathy allows us to look at someone else with reconnaissance. If I can really understand where you're coming from, I can make miracles happen. I'm not just saying that. We've negotiated the first treaty in 300 years between Hopi and Navajo nations. We brought more people than ever before to come and, up to the Reconciliation Commission for Liberia. We've done so many different things in this world. And what I want to invite each of you to do is whatever you are doing in your part of the world, look at how you can collaborate because it will expand the potential and the passion of people. It will expand potential and passion to a degree that you can't even begin to imagine. So when we look at all this, remember investing in someone else can make that difference. Remember that you are the voice that people need to hear. Remember that your power increases when you help lift somebody up. Remember that as you lift somebody up, you're creating a network that can change this world. But the most important thing I want to leave you with today is a question. And that question is, who are you not to change this world? Because as I tell everybody when I come and see them, if you have a phone and you can put your voice out and you have access to data that only kings and queens have had, you have more power than the majority of women who have ever walked this earth. So what are you going to do with that power? Because anything less than changing it is not honoring those that came before us. Thank you.
Wow, that was great, Marianne. People matter, right? And she's making those statements and she's doing something about that statement. Thank you so much. I live my life by 3 core principal values: communication, collaboration, and compassion. Communication, collaboration, and compassion. And I believe that those three values at my root, not only can I change the world, but I change the world along with the people that matter with it. So Marianne, you are doing just that, and we thank you for that. Amazing. So now we're going to have our diamond come up and express to us all of the lovely things that are happening around We Do and give us some more information. Miss Wendy Diamond.
Wow. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So how I usually do this is I feel like we really need to know why we're here. And, I wanted to say this room is some of my dearest friends in the world. I have 3 ex-boyfriends here. So it shows something about me. It's so funny. I have friends that I've known all my life. So this is like the greatest room for me. And I want to just say you're in a room here with some of the most successful people in the world, but they're also the most wonderful. Because here today we are seriously only giving money to the most impoverished, disadvantaged women in the world, to give them a hand up, not a hand out. And you're going to hear from some people today. But I want to tell you how it all began and who I am. So I'm Wendy Diamond. I'm from a 2,500 person town in Ohio, country bumpkin. And, my parents, were a little bit, let's just put it this way, I was on my own since 16. Literally 2 jobs, went to high school, graduated, the worst grades ever. And I couldn't get into any college. And my aunt from San Francisco was like, Wendy, you have to go to college. I'll find you one. And they found me a school in Boston. It was an old finishing school, turned 4-year liberal arts school for women called Pine Manor College. That changed my entire life. I ended up in a school with people all over the world from countries I never heard of before. And that led me to being, who I am today and why we're here. Literally, I sent out 300 resumes after college. No one gave me a job. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? But I didn't know at the time, your network is everything, And so literally, I just became an entrepreneur. I ended up in Istanbul, Turkey. And that's what led me to my first business in Russia, where I brought Valentino Ungaro, Jean-Franco Ferré into Russia. I left that after getting a few death threats because there was a crazy time in Russia. Woohoo! And I ended up going back to Manhattan. Well, not back to Manhattan. I ended up coming here because where else was I going to go after living in Europe and everywhere? And when I got here, I befriended a homeless person who was living in front of the Plaza Hotel. And I saw him every day and I'd be like, what do you want? Can't you get a job? And he's like, what am I going to work at, McDonald's for, $10 an hour? Or am I going to sit here and make 20 an hour by begging? And that led me to say, wow. And I ended up volunteering for the Coalition for the Homeless for 6 months. And I fed literally 1,000 people a week, a ham sandwich, a milk, and an apple. And that changed my life because I was like, wow, and I'd go to like a fancy restaurant at night with my friends. And I'd be like, if they knew what I did today, right? And I'll never forget the faces when they received it, right? So that's what I decided to help homeless people. And I did 2 cookbooks with all the celebrities. I didn't know celebrities, but I got Madonna and I got all of them. And I was on Oprah and Howard Stern, and we raised $500,000 for the homeless when I was 23. Then I adopted my dog and cat and realized from the city shelter that 12 million animals were euthanized a year. And nobody at the time was talking about, adoption or rescue. It was all about breeders and dog shows and things like that. And I knew if we could bring celebrities and pop culture to the animal rescue world, we could change and bring that number of 12 million animals euthanized a year down. So I created Animal Fair Media. And literally, it was the first, if you look it up, it was like we were the first people to bring celebrities and pop culture to the animal rescue world. We created the first pet fashion show in history for animal rescue. And 10 books out, 5 TV shows, 3 Guinness World Records, a wing named after my dog at the Humane Society, millions of dollars raised for animal rescue. I got the greatest gift, a stalker. And so I got a stalker. I can talk about it now. I used to talk about like 5 years ago and I start crying. Now I'm just like, okay, thank you so much. So literally the stalker changed my life because I wouldn't be here today and I wouldn't be amongst some of the greatest people in the world and some of the future greatest businesswomen in the world. And I'm so honored to say why this was created is because of my stalker. Literally, she ruined my whole life. I was on the Today Show every month. I had a primetime show on CBS. I was raising millions of dollars for animal rescue. And basically, she created 50 anonymous email addresses to defame and slander me. And literally, the Today Show stopped putting me on. My sponsor started not doing it. And that, ended up, it was like, my dad got really ill and I got to take care of my father at the end of the life. And, one of the things I realized when he passed away, I'm going to go to 2 new countries a year because I love the world. And that's when I ended up booking a trip to Honduras on vacation, not realizing it was the murder capital of the world. And, I'm an adventurer. So I'm like, I'm going to still go because I'm not going to hang out with the drug dealers. And so I'm going to be okay. So I end up in Honduras and there were no more animals there or there was nothing else to do. And I was stuck at this boutique hotel watching birds. And I was like, oh my God, if I watch another bird, I'm going to go cuckoo myself. I got to get out of here because it was all these bird watchers, right? And that's where I went on this journey. With this, the guy that owned the hotel said, I know the development director of this organization called Adelante, and they provide microloans to impoverished women. Why don't you go? It's safe, it's beautiful. And I'm like, okay, sure, And I went on that journey. It was a 2-hour drive, and it was in 2013. And I learned all about the statistics of women. 1% of venture dollars at that time went to women founders. 1%. That means 99% went to men. That's crazy, right? And, I ended up, supposed to spend a couple hours at this organization. I spent 3 days on a dirt floor. I met all the women entrepreneurs who got the $100 microloans. And I literally, this one woman was 72 years old, and she had 3 little kids. And I'm like, how do you have these kids? And she's like, her daughter passed away. The husband ran off. She got a $100 microloan from the Adelante in her 1-room hut with 1 window and the dirt floor. She opened up her little store of selling Cokes and toothpaste in the community. And that was enabling her to pay $1 a month for her kids to go to school and provide for her family, which uplifts the entire community because every story was the same with all these women. So that's when I came to New York back, and I said, you know what? If we create a day in the world, we create the conversation. And that's when I created Women's Entrepreneurship Day. At the time, I got Governor Cuomo, de Blasio at the time to proclaim the day. And then I went around the world to all my friends that I knew for my whole life. And I said, who in your country is the greatest person to bring governments, business leaders, civil society, entrepreneurs, investors together to collaborate to find solutions to economically empower women? So that's why we're all here today. Woohoo! And that's the story. And one of the things I think is so important about life is that we have to realize everything's a positive. Whether you know it in a day, a year, or a decade, everything we go through there's a reason for it. And there's a positive. And so I'm so grateful for everyone being here today. We are funding in partnership with Opportunity International. Woohoo! 10,000 women to become entrepreneurs who are impoverished. We are funding Defy Ventures, and everyone's welcome because we take trips to all these places. But Defy Ventures, we have a great woman here. Woohoo! Takes this entrepreneurship program, goes to prisons, teaches about a year or two before they get out. They go through an entrepreneurship program that's 84% successful, meaning they don't go to prison, back to prison when they get out. And let me tell you something, if you're in prison, right, and you have that on your record, you got to, click the box, they can't get a job. So anyways, I'm so grateful for you to be here. Thank you for, it feels like my birthday. Thank you for celebrating Women's Entrepreneurship Day, and I hope you have the best time. Oh, wait, I have 13 seconds. Okay, and do you want to hear something really weird? That's why I believe in destiny, that we're all supposed to be here, right? You're all supposed to meet each other. You're supposed to collaborate, find things in common that you can make a huge impact in this world. And one of the things is Women's Entrepreneurship Day are my initials. How weird is that? Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, that's your 10-year story, shining bright like a diamond. Let's give it up for Wendy. Amazing. Amazing story. And I think, Wendy, sometimes, and you know this, right? When we go through trials in life, when there are tribulations, typically there's light at the end of the tunnel in some way, shape, or form. Even if we think the life continues to regress, there's something that we can always take away. And her takeaway was you being right here. So let's give it up one more time for Wendy. So, Sharon Richardson, you're on deck. We have Sharon Richardson, the founder and executive director of Reentry, Rocks, Defying Ventures speaker, and she is going to let us in on her story and tell us a little bit about what this is all about. Let's give it up for Sharon.
Good afternoon. Are you happy to be in the room because I'm sure happy to be in the room. My name is Sharon Richardson. I am the founder of a nonprofit organization called Reentry Rocks. It is a social justice nonprofit. We work with women only, training women only to become entrepreneurs, whether it's in culinary or in any business that they choose. I'm also the owner of Just Soul Catering, a justice involved catering company where we sell soul food, mac and cheese, banana pudding, all that kind of good stuff. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am a formerly incarcerated individual. I spent 20 years in prison. I came home in 2010 and my feet hit the ground and I have not stopped running yet. I am a graduate of Defy Ventures. I ran across them through a friend. I became part of an organization that was doing the vagina monologues. And after doing that, they said to me, you should become an entrepreneur. And I was like, what is an entrepreneur? And when she told me, I was like, number one, I just came home from prison. I don't have any money. My credit is horrible. How can I become an entrepreneur? She told me all about Defy Ventures, and I still thought it was some type of a scam. I could not believe that this place really existed. And so I got interviewed, and behold, they said to me, we want you. And I'm like, okay, great. And they said, so what is your business? I was like, business? I don't know. So I am a lover of food and a lover of people. And when you put these two things together, you get this wonderful company called Just Soul Catering. And that's how Just Soul Catering came to be. So with that said, I want to say that Defy Ventures is responsible for me standing here today, for me being the owner of Just So Catering, and then launching off and growing this wonderful nonprofit organization, Reentry Rocks. They are sister entities. Our office is in Dumbo. I was given that space about a year and a half ago. I went to apply for some funds and they loved our story and was inspired so much by the work that we were doing that they gave us our own space. And so when I look back to Defy and when I called them and said, hey, this is what's going on in my life now. I am a long-term, forever, okay, graduate. No, I'm going to be with you guys forever because they are the ones who always direct me and help me and connected me with wonderful Wendy and placed me in this room today. So that is a small portion, a small story of a big story. There's so much more to Reentry Rocks. There's so much more to Just So Catering. There is so much more to Sharon Richardson and the work that she does. And I am so happy to be in a room that I would have never dreamed of. Never dreamed of. You guys are wonderful. The people that I have met thus far are wonderful. And Wendy, thank you so much for having me. I want to thank, the people that work at Defy and the work that they're doing and all that they're doing for someone like myself, formerly incarcerated, and never thought that a dream like this could become true. So thank you for having me.
By the way, if anybody wants to go on a trip to prison, I'm telling you, it is one of the, I do it twice a year. I go to the graduation and I go and I mentor them for the day. And it's the maximum security prison in York and in Connecticut. It's like a 2-hour drive. But I'll tell you something, it's like doing that for the day is better than any kind of gift, any kind of anything I've ever had, because it's like, it drives me to go through all the craziness that I have to do to put this together. You have no idea. And and the millions of calls and whatever. But that's what drives me, right, to do this, because I experience it. Because you could give money, but you don't feel it. And like when you feel it and you go out and do stuff like this, it's literally game changing. And I know people are like, I don't think I go to prison. Let me tell you. Or, by the way, Opportunity International, woohoo! They actually have trips where you can go to Colombia, you can go to India, you can go to Africa and actually witness the impact that you're having. You can go, you can see these women that are building these companies, I mean, when I say companies, they're building their farm, you know, they're farming and things like that, because we're helping. Systematic change happens from the ground up, right? Because when you get to the top, they don't want to look down anymore, right? They're like, we worked so hard to get here, right? But like, you know, but like literally, you know, if we're going to create change and support women, because we know where our money's going to go, 90% goes to educate their children and provide for their families, which uplifts the entire communities, right? And so that is the key. So anyways, please let us know if you ever want to go on one of these trips. And if you live somewhere else, we know a lot of people around the world that are doing amazing work for supporting women entrepreneurs. Woo! Okay.
Bottom line, you get to give on all levels, right? Sometimes when you're giving, you think, okay, the giving stops there, but it really doesn't stop there, because even the most underrepresented people on this earth are giving to somebody in their way, right? And so this should be an ecosystem. It should always be on a continuum. Give, get, give, get on every level, and it doesn't stop. And when that happens, miracles happen. So Sharon, thank you for sharing that information. Okay, we are going to have the Howard Schwartz, a professional auctioneer who has done some amazing work for We Do and is actually donating his time today, give, right? For the cause of this work. Howard, come on up here.
Thank you so much, Ebony, and good afternoon. It's an honor to be here and support such a wonderful cause. As Ebony mentioned, this is the live auction component of our day, a little different than the silent auction I see taking place to my left. So before we begin the live auction, I just want to make sure all the beautiful folks in our room here today know how the live auction works as opposed to the silent auction. So can I see, just by a quick show of hands, how many of our beautiful supporters here in our room have simply participated in a live auction as opposed to a silent auction before today? I've got 300 over here, 400 over here, 600 over here. Wendy, you didn't tell me they were such a sophisticated crowd. They know how this works. No housekeeping necessary. You're going to see the lots on the screens to my left and to my right. I'm going to describe them. And as you know, there's nothing more crucial than giving to those in need. Our first slot is an amazing trip, and we're starting off strong for your own private villa in the heart of Tuscany. Have a look here. Week-long stay, sleeps up to 11 lucky guests, friends, family, neighbors, and if you have 5 couples and you want to take the 11th as me, I'm happy to jump in as well. The villa sleeps 11 comfortably, includes your own private pool, includes a walking tour of Cortona, wine tastings as well, Wi-Fi, air conditioning in Europe, you know, is typically unheard of, TVs, 5-star amenities, no expiration date, no blackout dates. You may go in 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, or 30 years. Your entire group never loses it until they use it, ladies and gentlemen. Valued for the week-long stay in your own private villa in Tuscany, pool, concierge amenities at upwards of $25,000. We're going to start the opening bid to support all the impoverished women that We Do supports, and let's get it going at just $7,500 in the room. That's less than $1,000 a person. You couldn't stay at a Red Roof Inn in Tuscany for $7,500. I've got $7,500 over there. I've got $8,000. I've got $8,000. The lady in the middle, do I hear 9? $8,000. I've got 9 in the front. Would you say 10? 9's our bid in the front. $9,000 going once. We're an even 10. I've got 9,000. Jump back at an even 10. Thank you. Would you say 11,000? 10,000 is our generous bid. That's 1,000 a person. It sleeps 11 people. We've got 10 by the window. Do we hear 11? 10,000 going once. I hear 11. I've got 10. They 11,000. And as a special guest for this incredible Italian property, we're also going to include a gift card from Olive Garden, Italian restaurant as well. 10,000 is our generous bid. Do we hear 11,000? We've got 10. 11,000 is the beautiful lady's bid right here. Do we hear 12? 11,000 going once, say 12 in the back. We've got 11. 11 going twice. Do I hear 12? 11,000. We'll do 11 there. 11,000 here. 11,000 there. We'll carpool you guys to Tuscany if we have to and raise double for the We Do initiatives. Let's give both ladies a great round of applause. Live auction lot number 2, here we go. Well, the red hot New York Knicks, great supporters of We Do, and their crosstown rival, Brooklyn Nets. You and your lucky guests will be VIP guests of both the Nets and the Knicks on January 23rd for a VIP experience. You could take your son, your daughter, your friend, your colleague, your client, anyone you want for the most amazing VIP experience. Before the game, when both Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Mikal Bridges, all the players are warming up when no one's allowed in the arena, you and your guest are going to be there sitting courtside, filming the entire thing, creating a photo album of a lifetime. Then you're going to enjoy the 100 level tickets. And then after the game, ready to come home a hero to your child tonight, they're going to go on the court and both of you are going to shoot free throws. You'll video that as well. First time ever offered, valued at over $5,000. We're going to kick it off at just $1,000 in a room. I've got 1,000 in the window. Do I hear 1,200? 1,000 is the ladies' bid. I've got 12. 1,400 on the right. We're back at 15. 1,400 is the ladies' bid. Do we hear 15 in the room? 14 going once. Do I hear 15? 15 in the back. 16 on the left. Back to you at 18. 1,600, say 18. I've got 16. And great news for you, ma'am. Right before we started the live auction, our dear friends right here at the UN building, I had them install an ATM for you to use for your live auction bids as well. 1,600 is the beautiful lady's bid. Jump back at an even 18. 16 going twice. Do we hear 18 in the back? 1,600, 18, no problem. 2,000 new bidder on the left. Do we hear 2,200? 2,000 going once. Do we hear 22? 2,000 on the left going twice. Do we hear 22? We're not losing this for $200. I mean, that's like breakfast at Starbucks here in New York City, Midtown. 2,000. Do we hear 22? 22 by the window. We're back at 24. 22, say 24. 24, no problem. We've got a lot of lots, so we're going to do this same thing. We'll meet you guys in the middle. Save you $100. 2,300 here, 2,300 there. The Knicks and Nets gave us 2 packages. Let's give them both a great round of applause. Thank you, ladies. Live auction lot number 3. How awesome is this? Real estate Q&A with the founder, ladies and gentlemen, of Douglas Elliman, Dottie Herman herself. Ask all the real estate questions you want about your own property, potential investment properties, how this incredible pioneer got her career started. Once in a lifetime experience. 2 people will get to have a 1-hour coffee and chat session with the founder of Douglas Elliman herself, Dottie Herman. Let's start the opening bid. As you see here, accolades incredible. Voted the most successful self-made women in real estate by Forbes magazine. Once in a lifetime, let's get an opening bid at just $2,000 to support all the We Do initiatives and make your direct donation. Can I get an opening bid at just $2,000 in the room? It's so kind of Dottie to do this and support. I've got 2,000 on the right. Thank you, ma'am. Do we hear 2,200? 2,000 is our generous bid. Say 22 in the room. We've got 2. 2,000 is our generous bid. Do I hear 2,200? 2,000 going twice. Do we hear 22? 2,000. Final call and fair warning at $2,000. Bam! $2,000 right there. Give her a nice round of applause. Great job. Live auction lot number 4. We all love great food. And how about this? The number 1 rated Italian restaurant, not only in New York, but voted on by the Food Channel as the number 1 rated Italian restaurant in the entire U.S. is the one and only Rayo's of East Harlem. We're all familiar. We're going to have the chef from Rayo's. This is the lot everyone's been talking about. Is going to come cook dinner for 10 people at your house. This could be your home in the city, your summer home in the Hamptons, Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, Westchester, wherever you are, driving distance from the city, they will go. If you enjoy the patero gnocchi and the vil parmigiana, it's coming to you live. They will let you customize the entire menu, all the appetizers, all the entrees, and all the desserts. It doesn't get any better than this. Once in a lifetime. The last time this was auctioned off, sold for upwards of $25,000. 10 people, the chefs included, all the foods included, fully customized. That's what it's going to look like in your home. Let's get an opening bid at just $5,000 in the room. Support We Do and have the greatest dinner party of your entire lives. I think we could agree during the pandemic we couldn't have gathering. 5,000, 6,000, but back at 7. 6,000 on the right. Do I hear 7 in the room? 6,000 going once. Do we hear 7? 6,000 is our generous bid. Jump back at an even 7. 6,000. I know people that would spend 6,000 for one Rayo's meatball. You're going to have a plethora. 6,000. Do we hear 7? 7,000, folks. I must share something special with you all. The beautiful lady to my right is so enthused by this lot, she just outbid herself, ladies and gentlemen. Why not? It's all going to support We Do. 7,000 is our generous bid. Who would like to say 7,500? Let's do the math. 10 people divided by 7,500. It's about $8.36 a head. We're giving it away. 7,000. Do I hear 75? 7,000. Final call and fair warning at $7,000. Bam, to the beautiful lady right here, $7,000. Our next slot, we only have 3 left. Let's make them count. And as you heard from Wendy, we are supporting a record amount of impoverished women entrepreneurs. We're going to take you now from an incredible lot provided by our dear friends from Gangrene. New York Jets VIP on-field experience. It'll begin on Saturday, December 2nd. You, your son, your daughter, your friend, anyone you want will go on the field, taking on a behind-the-scenes tour led by iconic New York Jets Sack Exchange member Marty Lyons himself. You're going to have only access where the players do. He's going to take you and your ladies and gentlemen, inviting you to bring anything you'd like to get autographed. Jet jerseys, helmets, photos, cards, caps, anything you want to get signed. Of course, bring your camera phones as well. Then get ready for game day Sunday, December 3rd, when All-Pro wide receiver Garrett Wilson, All-Pro cornerback Sauce Gardner, and the New York Jets take on the red-hot Atlanta Falcons at MetLife Stadium. Of course, you're going to be sitting in incredible seats in the exclusive Mez Club. Indoor, outdoor seating, incredible food options, upscale right behind you. Then, when everyone else is leaving the game, not you and your lucky guest, because you're going to be VIPs of the Jets, you're going on the field. You'll be taking pictures at the 50-yard line. You're going to be sharing all the photos with your friends on social media. Imagine coming home a hero to your child tonight, and what an awesome holiday gift that would be simultaneously while supporting We Do. Absolutely priceless. We're going to start the opening bid at just $1,000 for both days, including the VIP. I've got 1,000 in the center. Who would like to say 1,200? 1,000's our bid. 1,000 going once. Can I get 1,200? I've got the ladies bid at table 9 at 1,200. Do I hear 14? 1,400 on the left. Thank you, ma'am. We're back at 15. 1,400 on my left. Do I hear 15? We're back at 15. 1,500, no problem. We're back at 16. 15 going once. Say 1,600. 15 is our bid. 15 going once. Do we hear 16? 1,500 is our generous bid. Say 1,600. It's 100 more. 1,500. Do we hear 16? 1,500. 1,600 in the back. Thank you, ma'am. I've got 1,700. Would you say 18? 17, say 18 in the back. I've got 17. 17 going once, say 18. We're so close. 1,700. Would you say 18? You could sell the autographs on eBay the next day to pay for this lot if you so choose. It's fine with us. 1,700, would you say 18? Here's what we're going to do. We have 3 packages. I'm going to save you 2 lucky ladies a little money. I'm going to honor your bid at $1,500 right here at table 5. We'll do $1,500 in the back there and $1,500 at table 9. We'll send all 3 lucky ladies to the New York Jets MetLife VIP experience. Let's give them all a great round of applause. Thank you. Our final 2 lots, here we go. Have a look here. We all know Nobu Miami, Nobu as the #1 rated Japanese restaurant, not only in New York, but the entire world. Well, just this past year, Nobu decided, let's match our culinary skills with opening the #1 rated 5-star resort hotel and spa in the heart of the pristine area of Miami Beach, situated right next to the Fontainebleau Hotel. Have a look here. 4-day stay, 2 lucky people, complimentary daily fitness classes or exercise in your room, welcome drink, 4 pools including infinity, private marina, beach games, all the amenities you can imagine. 2-hour private tour of Miami Beach on a 22-foot bay liner. You'll see all the celebrity homes as well. Champagne and water while sailing in the here. Dolphins. And whomever wins this slot, make sure you are dressed appropriately, because this is the property where all the Hollywood studios put their talent. And if you watch the E! Channel at TMZ, they are here every single week. Once in a lifetime, first time we've ever offered. Individual room nights, as you see on the screens, sell for upwards of $2,500 per night. We're going to start the opening bid at just $2,000 for the 4-day stay for 2 lucky people at the 5-star Nobu Miami Resort Hotel and Spa. Let's get it going at $2,000. Fraction of the value, I've got $2,000. $2,200. Do I hear 24? 24 in the middle. We're back at 26. 24 is the ladies' bid at table 12. Would you say 2,600? 24 is our generous bid. Do we hear 26? 26, no problem. We're back at 28. 26 going once, say 2,800. 26 is our generous bid. Say 28, and for whom, thank you, 2,800 in the back, and for whomever our lucky winning bidder is, not that this lot needs any enhancement whatsoever, but for whomever the lucky winning bidder is, I'm also personally going to donate a bottle of Coppertone suntan lotion for our winning bidder as well. 2,800 is the beautiful ladies bid in the back. I've got 3,000. 3,000 right here. Would you say 3,100? 3,000 is our generous bid. Do we hear 31? 3,000 going twice. Say 31. 3,000. Final call and fair warning at $3,000. Bam! $3,000 right here. And now our final live auction lot. This is special for several reasons. We all know the world-renowned Hollywood Broadway producer, Fran Weisler. Well, folks, our next slot, as you see here, Fran's accolades are tremendous. Tony Award-winning producer, Chicago, Waitress, Pippin, Finding Neverland, and so many more. A true pioneer on Broadway. Just like Dottie's real estate experience, Fran is going to be donating her time for a coffee chat for 2. Ask and learn anything you and your guests would like about Broadway. Plus, Fran is also donating 2 incredible seats to see her current show, Chicago, playing on Broadway now. In addition, Fran is with us today. So Fran Weisler, if you'd be so kind to please come on up, say hello to the crowd. We have a Tony Award-winning producer in our midst right here. Fran, where are you? Here she comes. Let's give Fran a great round of applause for supporting We Do and donating this awesome lot. Fran, thank you so much, dear. So Fran, could you tell us a little bit about this awesome lot and this incredible experience we're going to have a lucky winning bidder enjoy to support We Do?
Say that again. Tell us about the experience of being here. of a lot what they're going to enjoy. 2 tickets to Chicago.
2 tickets for Chicago, which is now playing 27 years. Who would, thank you. Who would have believed it? Anyway, I'm just delighted to be here and very touched that you asked me to be here. I'll tell you a few things. Hopefully you're interested about myself. I can't speak. Right?
Oh my God, I love this girl. And you know what? Fran cracks me up. She calls me. She's like, you know, Wendy, I'm going to retire. I'm like, I'm like, Fran, you can't retire. You're only 95 years young. Woo! All right, so Fran.
You can't believe I'm still standing. That's why you're.
And by the way, she's so funny. She's like the best. Anyways, so Fran, you're not ready to do your speech yet. That's in like 5 minutes. So we're almost done. But this is Fran, by the way, and she is the most successful Broadway producer in the world. A woman.
Along with my love and my husband, Barry.
Of 50 years, I think. Of
56.
56 years they've been married. Woohoo! And so if anybody loves Broadway, this is the one to bid on. And just remember, it's tax deductible. So you know, it's like you're giving to support, but you get a little bonus. All right.
Thank you, ND, and thank you, Fran. Who would like to start us off and enjoy a coffee chat with Fran Weiser, Tony Award-winning producer, and 2 awesome tickets to the hit show Chicago? Let's get going at a fraction of the value. I need 2,000. I've got 2 on the left. Who would like to say 2,500? 2,000's our bid. 25 on the right. Thank you, ma'am. We're back at 3,000. 2,500 on the right. Who would like to say 325's our bid? 2,500. I've got 3,000 on the left. Do I hear 3,300? 3,000 is our generous bid. Jump back at 33. 3,000 going once. We hear 3,300. 3,000 going twice. Say 33. 3,000. 3,300. Thank you. Is that a bid of 4 or you just, I'm confused. Is that $4,000 on the left? Do we hear 4,500? 4,000 going once. Do we hear 45? Not every day do we have lunch with a Tony Award-winning producer. $4,000. Do we hear 45? 4,000. Final call and fair warning at $4,000 sold to the beautiful lady right there. Raise her hand high. Thank you so much. Well, that will conclude our live auction. You guys were absolutely amazing. I can't thank you enough for your generosity. As a reminder, as Ebony mentioned, the silent auction will continue through lunch as well. Think about great holiday gifts, which we're all going to need to pick up anyway. What a great opportunity to support We Do and all the initiatives to support impoverished and vulnerable women in their quest for success, and each and every one of you could make that happen. My name is Howard Schwartz. Thank you all so much once again, and be sure to get home safe. Thank you.
Thank Howard. Thank you. Giving your and donating your time, we give and get, and it's just an amazing thing. And what you're giving to is very purposeful. The women that need us most are all around us, you know, whether physically or non-physically, and you have contributed to success. So we thank you. What I want you to do right now is scan the barcode. I want everybody to take out their phones, wave them in the air, get your camera on and scan that barcode. We are asking you to donate today $1. Yep, I'm being silent for a second. $1. Scan the barcode and donate $1. That's it. That's pretty amazing for all the work that Wendy does, for the 10 years of sacrificial work that she's put in to women who need us most. Scan the barcode, donate the $1. We're asking you right now. So we are going to move on to our program to start our We Do Pioneer Award. So Wendy, you come on up here and join me. Look, if you didn't know Wendy already, she can do the impossible. Leave it to Wendy to set this up. I'm telling you, it's amazing stuff. We are so excited to announce our Pioneer Awards, recognized as one of our nation's most prestigious awards for women by both houses of the United States Congress. That's pretty incredible. Award honorees are being officially recognized today in Congress as we speak for their incredible achievements. They will be placed in the congressional record and be celebrated forever in history. Let's give that up for Wendy.
So thanks to our amazing Congresswoman, Grace Meng, who's been a supporter of our foundation from day one. Queens, woohoo, sure, yeah. And so literally she is the one that literally today in Congress will recognize all our Pioneer Award honorees, and they will be in the congressional record and forever in history as being one of the most important women entrepreneurs in history. Woohoo!
Woo! Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to call these award winners up just to have a seat on the stage, and then we will get into the awards. Okay. Sue Wagner, Bonnie Anderson, Dr. Ruth Weinsmeyer, Jenny, technology partner, Jenny, Carol Riley, Nancy Brinker, and Fran Weisler. So if all of you can come up on stage and just have a seat, we're going to talk great things about you right now. Ready? Okay, so this is what's going to happen. I am going to read off their tremendous accolades. They will then come front and center somewhere, in front of here with Wendy to take a photo, which is really important after we read off your accolades. So we're going to start here with Miss Nancy G. Brinker. She has founded the groundbreaking Susan G. Komen, generating over $3.5 billion for breast cancer research and the Promise Fund of Florida. She has championed health issues, bringing international attention to the vital cause of breast cancer awareness and treatment. All of us know as women how important that is. And in that championing has turned philanthropy into a powerful force of good. Prestigious presidential medals and honored bestowed by President Barack Obama, recognizing her as an extraordinary merit and tireless endeavors and the works that she does around that. We Do Philanthropy Pioneer Award goes to Miss Nancy Brinker, and we celebrate a movement, your movement, with courage, dedication, and all the power that you do to make a difference. Let's give it up for Nancy, an extraordinary, impactful leader. Nancy, come on up. You got a minute or two to make your, is Nancy? Yes. Or I can bring this to you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. This is a lovely, lovely, meaningful award, and it is wonderful to be here, and of course with all our gentlemen that are in the room, but to be with so many actually not just successful, but I know fulfilled women who really know how to get things done and do more every day. So thank you very much for inviting me. I also want to give notice to my son, Eric Brinker, standing back there, who has had to accompany me, my son, to everything since he was 6, because that's when I started Susan Komen, and he knew more about pink than any boy his age. I can tell you. I thank you so much, and I just don't feel right receiving an accept a Lifetime Achievement Award, because I hope I'm not done. There's so much more that I have to do in my life, and I'm so grateful to be here today. I'm just gonna, okay. It reminds me of a recent phone call I got when I had called a Medicare worker, whoever the agent is you're enlisted with, and I asked if I could get a report on last month's activities. She says, Mrs. Brinker, I don't know why you haven't retired. Why don't you just retire, and then you don't have to worry about Medicare all the time? Or you won't have to worry about it this way. And he says, you already live in Florida, and that's where most retired people go. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And I said, are you really an agent, or is this a joke? And he said, no. I just noticed you've had a bunch of surgeries and you probably ought to just retire. Well, That did it. That day reminded all my friends that I was going to live, oh, please God, as long as I can, as fast as I can, and do as much as I can. And I've never thought about retirement because there's still so many things to be done, and so many women here today, women who are ageless in many ways. And I'm so proud to be with you, and men too, because you can grow old gracefully and very powerfully as well. Helping people's been a passion ever since my mother, when I was the age of 6, bought me a little book called Nurse Nancy. It was a golden book, and no one was ever allowed to take it away from me. It was my Bible. And the other thing she would do, however, was pile my sister and me in her old station wagon and take us to yet one more event to do, one more organization to support, and 10 more people in our town who knew who she was. And she actually followed my grandmother, who died. I never got to meet her, and everybody in Peoria, Illinois, where we grew up, not only knew my mother, but my grandmother. So I didn't have a lot of leeway in staying out late at night or anything, because everyone knew who my mother and grandmother were. Years later, my dear sister Susie, who was 3 years older than I, died of breast cancer. And before she did, she took my hand and she said, "Nan, I want you to promise me that you will find a cure for this disease." Because I always promised her things and I carried through, because if I didn't get her wonderful hand-me-down clothes. And she knew I knew. And so I said, "Of course I will, Sue. I'll do everything I can to make this a reality." Little did I know what the reality was going to be, and that it would take virtually the rest of my life up until now, and it's still taking care of the mission. And she had such a wonderful attitude. She not only recognized that she was dying of an incurable disease, she recognized that it was also a social issue. We were able to get to a cancer center, MD Anderson Cancer Center, because I was living in Texas then. She lived in Illinois. And we would sit and we'd be called into the office of one of the few 4 or 5 oncologists in those days in 1977 who were treating breast cancer. And, she would look at me and she said, "Where a woman lives shouldn't matter whether she lives. Look at all the women that are sitting on the floor and we're sitting in chairs, and they don't feel any better than I do. In fact, they probably feel worse." Well, eventually, after she died, we created the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, and you heard the results so far. But I think one of my favorite things about the organization was the work we were able to do and then apply what we know. And a few years after I got back from Washington, I served overseas for a few years in Hungary being ambassador, and then I served as chief of protocol for George W. Bush. And when I was coming back home, it was to Florida, because I had lived there for a period of time with my parents, who were elderly then. And I realized all of a sudden, I looked around and saw that there was no health care for something like 80 to 100,000 women. No insurance, no health care, and no ability to get it from the for-profit hospital systems that we had. And I thought to myself, I guess when I came back to either a very different America or an America where we don't really practice democracy. In the meantime, 5 years ago, I gathered a group of friends and we created the Promise Fund of Florida. And we joined our work and our pitched fever motives with one of the great federally qualified healthcare centers. And if those of you who don't know, they're basically healthcare centers that provide primary care in several states. And there are now thousands of them. Some of them are very good and some aren't, but they are always a place where a person can receive care with insurance, with no insurance. And I thought what we ought to do is put women's centers in these centers. And sure enough, I called my great friends from Hologic, a company that produces great mammography and screening equipment, and I practically begged them to please give us an installation that we could put in the center. We did. They did. And about 4 years ago, actually it was 3 years ago, 3.5, we opened the center. And out of the 80,000 women at risk, with the 20 patient navigators that we had hired and brought on that we really call angels, not patient navigator. So with those three factors in place, we were then given the opportunity to try this idea. And we have now served at least 26,000 of the 80,000 people and women, and we will continue going at that rate until we get to the place where we start them through the cycle again so that they can have primary care. And it sounds simple. It actually is simple, because with will, there's a way. And I also can't tell you how nice it feels to wake up every morning and smile. When I grumped around for so long about curing breast cancer, I realized one of the most important things that I had to recognize is we did a lot of work, but applying it is what we need to do today. And every woman needs to be treated the same when it comes that way. So thank you very much. This is such an honor. And I want to wish you such good luck, Wendy. When Wendy called, I didn't know if it was a taped message or if somebody really called like that. I don't, at my age, I don't get a lot of calls asking me to come to a great party. And I thought, well, that would be fun. And I thought, Wendy, oh my gosh. And I was sort of rude. And I said, well, can I call you back? Oh, sure. So I did. I remember I called back just to make sure. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Susan, everyone. Come on down and take a photo. Yes? Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Okay, we want everybody to be really cognizant of the time in front of them. We've got a time stopper there. Yeah, okay. All right, great. So our next honoree is Sue Wagner. We do finance pioneer. A titan in the financial world, Sue Wagner, co-founder of BlackRock, is redefining the industry's landscape through innovation, insight, and integrity, and orchestrating groundbreaking mergers and in expansions into global markets. Her leadership is crucial to BlackRock's triumphant initial public offering and the inception of BlackRock Solutions. She is also has been a formidable champion for diversity and inclusion, co-founding and chairing BlackRock's Women's Initiative Network, sponsoring the Women's Leadership Forum. She was on the Fortune magazine's listing among the 50 most powerful women in business. She has earned today a We Do Finance Pioneer Award, transcending financial sector. Let's applaud Sue Wagner, a trailblazer. All right, Sue. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Ebony. It's an honor to be here to receive this award and to share the stage with these remarkable women. Wendy, wherever you are, I know I have been a huge frustration for you because every time she called, okay, here we go. Okay, stop that timer. She's using my time.
Okay, wait. I just want to say, well, first I'm going to say this. This is so funny. I believe, if you're going to be successful, you got to be persistent. You got to be resilient, right? If you want something, you got to go get it, right? I had no idea what BlackRock was 10 years ago. I'm not a finance person. I'm impact, right? And I just had one of our volunteers said, I have these, I'm not even going to go into that. All I can say, this is how many years have I asked you?
A lot. Okay, so every time she asked, I had conflicts. I really, really did. But also, public speaking is really not my thing. So being at the UN makes me think of Madeleine Albright, who I had the good fortune to know. I'm reminded of a story she told about her first Security Council meeting. 15 members in total, 14 men and Madeleine. Her inclination was to be quiet, to figure out who's who and who would be her friends. And then she noticed the placard in front of her place at the table that said United States. And she realized that if she didn't speak, the voice of the US would not be heard. So she got over her trepidation, and today I'm going to try to do the same. My entrepreneurship journey began almost 36 years ago when 8 partners came together to start BlackRock. True stories. We started with an idea about the need for risk management and asset management, but we had no experience in asset management. We had a business plan written in crayon, true story, and a $5 million working capital line, and no name, and no clients, and no money to manage. I could regale you all afternoon with stories of the past, but I'll spare you. Suffice it to say that something, actually many things, worked. BlackRock grew to over 9 trillion of assets under management, making us the largest, yeah, trillion with a T, making us the largest and, more importantly, one of the most respected investment management firms. Today, BlackRock has 20,000 employees in 36 countries, striving to help millions of people around the globe invest to build a better financial future. Now, it's easy to look back and weave some grand story, but the sausage making wasn't so grand. Like most entrepreneurs, when we started, we were just thinking about how to survive, about everyday excellence and doing whatever needed to be done to make sure we could deliver what we promised to our clients. We were finding our way, solving problems, doing the work of the work. We had clear values we clung to about integrity and partnership. We had ideas about the business we could build and the difference we could make. We also had a lot to learn, an eagerness to listen, and a willingness to adapt. We were acutely aware of our responsibility to our own families and the families of those who joined the firm. That responsibility was not an afterthought. It was a front and center concern that we put at the heart of the culture that we care so deeply about. When I was stepping down from my executive position, we had a cocktail party for the firm. I referred to it as my wake. Someone asked me what I thought my legacy would be. My answer was that my legacy would be written by all of them and future generations who build on the foundation we laid. I'm so fortunate to continue to be involved through the board and witness the creative passion, the constructive paranoia, and the genius they bring every day to excelling and reinventing to better serve our clients and make the world better through their collective efforts. I'm grateful that several of those young women, as well as my daughter and other friends, are here today, and I'm thrilled to share this moment with them. I want to share one more thing about BlackRock that you might not know. 2 of the founders were women. Yep, 25% in finance. Unheard of then, and unfortunately still rare today. In this room, we are reminded how important it is to have role models and to be role models, to show up and be visible and insist on equal and equitable opportunities. Of course, our advocacy for women needs to extend beyond our office walls. Women's rights and affirmative action are under assault here and around the world. DEI shaming has taken root, threatening hard-won progress. Oppression persists and violent, heinous crimes against women fill the headlines. Let us not forget that women's rights are human rights and redouble our efforts to support all women. I'm going to close where I opened with Madeleine Albright. Probably her most famous quote is that there's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other. Less often quoted, but even more important, she added, in a society where women often feel pressured to tear one another down, our saving grace lies in our willingness to lift each other up. Thank you, Wendy, for giving us all this opportunity to celebrate women and to lift each other up.
The triumphant Sue Wagner. All right, Sue, the triumphant. Bonnie Anderson is next. So we do Health Pioneer, a vanguard in the diagnostics industry, innovative healthcare solutions, a mastermind behind Veracyte since 2008, revolutionized patient care, advanced how diseases are diagnosed and treated across the globe. Among her accolades, the Wallace H. Coulter Award for Healthcare and Innovation. She is a fiercest women in life sciences, in Fast Company's 100 most creative people in business. And this leadership award today, she continues to push boundaries. And what we want to acknowledge her for is her ingenuity and dedication. Her influence will be felt for generations to come. Come on up here, Bonnie. All right.
I don't know. Did you ever stand up in a room and feel really small? These are just amazing stories, and it's such an incredible honor. I'm so grateful to be here and to be honored by you all today. I just thought I would start by asking everybody in the room to do a yell for Wendy like she does. It is such a classic. So 1, 2, 3. Ah! Thank you, Wendy. So looking back, I started my journey and career 40 years ago. It's incredible because I never imagined, as many of you would say the same things, that I'd ever be standing here today talking about the path. And, you know, there's no specific recipe. There's no path, no method, no manual on how to be an entrepreneur and how to be a successful one at that. But what I can do is share my experience and give you two little tidbits of wisdom that I really believe in. And some of these we've heard about earlier today. First, I think it is about making and acting on decisions that really pull from your passions and really address things that you're motivated about. That means finding the problem and being really passionate and motivated about solving it. And if you follow that, your path to success will be there because you will persevere and navigate that pathway, even though it'll never be a straight pathway. Second is that leaders must be intentionally and purposefully developed. That means as women, we must actively seek opportunities to develop ourselves. That means through our journey of our career, learning from others. And we also must be passionate and contribute to the leadership and development of other women, starting at a young age. Most of us are born with none of the advantages that we expect that you would find in people standing up here giving this kind of a speech, and mine was no different. I was born in rural Pennsylvania on a farm, probably not too far from that Ohio place that Wendy was born. And I was raised by two parents, incredible parents, but they both came from very poor families. Neither one of them ever knew who their father was. But during their 64-year of marriage, bless their hearts, they both died at 83 and 84 a few years ago, they were totally focused and committed on their three daughters having the opportunities that they never had. And they instilled in us the importance of a really strong work ethic. I'm sorry, why do I always get so emotional? Okay. Really strong work ethic, character, and just striving to do everything we did, no matter what it was, to our best. I attended college at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. It was a state school in the same town I was born in. I never had a choice and never applied to any other school, but my Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology has served me well from that small rural Midwest hometown, and that became the foundation of my career. I started my career in a hospital as a medical technician and within a decade became a director of marketing for a billion-dollar company. I already had been accepted for an MBA program, which I thought was going to be essential for my career, though, when my employer came to me and asked me to join a selected 2.5-year global management development program with 11 of my global colleagues. This would be a mentor and executive driven global business real world learning experience. Wow. But it would meant that I wouldn't finish my MBA because they overlapped. So after a lot of debate with myself, I followed my passion, which I recommend, and I opted for the management program, and I pulled and forfeited my spot in the MBA program. As I stand here today, that decision, I think, was instrumental in leading to my career and the success that I've had in professional development. And those three initials never held me back. One of the most valuable aspects of that program was focused on it being a mentoring and experiential learning program, real entrepreneurship in real time. I experienced firsthand the value of having formal mentoring, but also the incredible experience of mentoring my colleague. Following the completion of the program, which by the way was built and led by a woman, I assumed a role leading market strategy that was called back then for the developing markets. They've all developed since then. This role turned out to be one of the most interesting, inspiring, and emotionally difficult yet rewarding jobs of my career. I traveled the world. I met with physicians, governments, and other key stakeholders in developing countries, learning all about diseases that were impacting them in their part of the world. I got to work with the head of the World Health Organization on HIV program, our local team in South Africa many years ago to deliver 40 million tests that help allow the AIDS care and treatment programs in Africa to move forward. And all of this rich, wonderful experience really helped to prepare me to take the helm as a first-time CEO. At 49 years old, I founded and became the CEO of Veracyte, a genomic diagnostics company. And working with top-tier venture capital firms, we raised our first $23 million on a business plan. We had no science, no people, no space. We went on to build this company into what was about a $3 billion public company with 800 employees around the world when I stepped down and handed the helm to my successor of choice about 2.5 years ago. My plan was to retire and travel the world and check off that bucket list that my husband had been created over the prior 15 years. But unfortunately, he succumbed to COVID. So about a year ago, I made the decision after sitting around twiddling my thumbs that it was time to jump back into being an entrepreneur again. So I started Pink DX. This is going to be a women's healthcare company, and we are going to address significant unmet needs for women, especially around reproductive cancers and all the horrible symptoms we go through that can never seem to be diagnosed. Last month, I'm proud to say, I raised $40 million in my Series A financing by Catalio Capital Management right here in New York City. And I'm all in for improving women's health all over the world. And looking back, I'm 100% confident I can bring the team together to make the right product to have the right impact on women. With this commitment to find and pursue what inspires you and to seek opportunities to learn, mentor, and lead, I have no doubt the influence in this room for generations to come. And that includes my 2 young granddaughters, Aria and Mila Price, who are here today to experience all of this, with my son and his wife and their new little friend, Allie, that's sitting at my table. And I have no question that these and all of you are going to create a profound impact for us as individuals and for the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, wait. Some of the most important people in this room have to leave, so I'm bringing them up. One of the things that I'm like a creative, I'm like scrappy. I'm a real entrepreneur. And one of the things is I just didn't want to give any kind of award. I wanted to give an award that actually means something. And so we have today here, Miranda, where are your kids? Woo! All right, so they're the most important people here because they created the awards. What we did is we partnered with a school, a public school in Queens that is for disabled children. And these kids have this unbelievable art program. And when you look at these paintings, they're so beautiful. And here are the kids. Woohoo! Come on. They have to get their bus. So that's why they have to do this. Wait. And listen, we gave these kids the most beautiful experience. We took these children to Silver Arts. Larry Silverstein, he owns the World Trade Center, and his grandson created Silver Arts, where they dedicated a floor at the World Trade Center for emerging disadvantaged artists. And these kids got mentored by them, and so sweet. Wait,
How amazing is that?
oh my gosh! And then they got mentored by a famous artist, and they created hearts, and we placed them on the survivor tree at the World Trade Center in honor of those all, that have had issue. I won't go into any politics. Okay, I better go. Okay, go ahead.
Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Give to get back. That is what it is right there. Next, we have Carol Riley. We do science pioneer. She is the mother of robots, artificial intelligence, and inclusivity in technology. She is a revolutionary, the 50 most renowned women in robotics, of Forbes' top 50 women in tech, challenging biases with artificial intelligence for those less represented in the technology sector. And she is at the helm of Drive.ai as a co-founder and president. Drive.ai raised over $77 million and partners with giants like Lyft, Grab, etc., to building bridges for the future of scientific endeavor. Let us give a round of applause for Carol Riley. All right, Carol.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here today with all of you women, and also share the stage with women who have thrived in male-dominated fields and really excelled. So I'm very inspired to hear each of your stories, and it's so unique for me to be in a room of non-tech people. I'm also really want to thank Wendy for her tenacity and organization, and just really putting all of us people in the room. I'm looking forward to chatting more with you all today. I spent over 20 years in robotics and AI, and kind of describe it as different phases in my life. I wasn't coding since I was 5. I didn't start till college, and it was actually really intimidating. And my first project was actually in databases, and I really struggled and had imposter syndrome. And I think it wasn't until I walked over to the mechanical engineering lab, thought that they were doing cool things, and that really kind of centered me and made me found my calling. I did not know that this was going to be a career I would do for the rest of my life. And I'm very grateful that AI has kind of been able to give me a way to still be very playful, imaginative with technology, and be able to explore all these different aspects of my life. For instance, when I was growing up, I had wanted to be a doctor to save lives, and I was a candy striper and just watched the doctors work tirelessly with all the patients. And it wasn't until I found out about the invention of a pacemaker that I realized that technology could have an impact to save millions of lives at once, and that really got me on the path to thinking about how to be an inventor. And so when it kind of came full circle in grad school that I could work on surgical robotics, I was really interested in figuring out, how a tool like that could now perform millions of surgeries. So Intuitive is commercially available, and I had been working on new procedures there. I took a turn when I was helping out a Stanford AI lab on this new idea of a self-driving car, and there were many parallels in regulatory, and I was giving them advice. And when I learned the fact that the largest cause of death for young adults was actually car accidents, it made me think that I could build something that could save lives in a preventative way. And that made me really target trying to solve the problem of bad drivers. And as an Asian female, I am a terrible, terrible driver. So this was a very specific pain point for myself. So when we sold to Apple in 2019, I was searching for something else that would have as large of an impact. And that's when I centered on human creativity. And since then, I've been working on how can we protect what is most precious to us. What is it? I think that the arts is something that is at the core of humanity, and I feel like AI and robotics, we will in the next few years probably go through an existential crisis as humans, because I used to sit on panels and say, you know, if you have a creative job, you're going to be fine. But I didn't start to believe that in 2019, and wanted to figure out how can we use AI as a superpower to be super creative, and what does that look like, and how to work with top artists to uncouple what is it about creativity and how do we amplify it in a bigger way. So that's what I'm currently working on, is how do we do live performances? How do we write novels? What does it look like when we utilize machines or AI to become superhuman? So we'll see how that goes, and what insights we find. But I think it's an exciting time, and I really hope to be able to explore this all with you guys. So if you guys have a passion for that, please feel free to talk to me. But thank you very, very much.
Phenomenal, Carol. Thank you so much, Carol, for the work that you've done. And we're going to move on to Jenny Jess. We do technology pioneer. As a founder of Peak Six Investments, she's carved a niche in the fintech arena, an eye for innovation, transforming Peak Six from a proprietary options trading firm into a multi-billion-dollar financial services and technology giant. Paving the way for more dynamic and equitable trading industry. She has shattered glass ceilings, advocating for women, underrepresented groups, using tech and finance as that arena to make that happen. She's launched a poker power business in 2020 with her daughter. Juliet teaches women strategic thinking, capital allocations, and decision-making skills. Everyone help me to recognize the technology pioneer, Jenny Just. All right.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for having all of us here. Like, I could just sit in this all day long, so we don't need to sit in my story, but these are amazing stories, and I'm really honored to be here. And as much as I appreciate the recognition, and thank you so much to the We Do team, being in the public eye was never a goal for me, and I always thought if I could, I would need to bring something tangible, something that people could take away because of the good fortune I've had in the fintech, starting in the finance, eventually technology industry. And it turns out now I do. What I've learned over more than 25 years in business, the biggest thing between where women are today and where they want to be requires taking a risk, specifically taking risk around money. And ironically, in 2019, before the pandemic, I found an answer, a really simple answer that could help girls and women every day do this. And here's a quick story about how it happened. So my husband was watching our daughter play tennis, and he was very frustrated because she was losing, and she's a very good athlete. And so he comes home and decides to yell at me because he doesn't want to yell at her. And he says, she may as well be hitting against a wall. She may as well be hitting with her teacher. She doesn't realize that she's playing against somebody. And it's not just about what they brought to the game, but what's happening in the game as it's going along. She needs to learn to play poker. And then I walked away because I thought that was a strange thing to say, and I was annoyed. But 2 weeks later, it popped into my head, should I teach my 14-year-old daughter to play poker? And what bothered me so much about that is I would not have said the same thing about my sons. And I'm sure for you here today, hearing this the first time, you also find it odd. I have 3 sons who are older, and of course they all knew how to play. And ironically, my husband and I did not know how to play. So I decided to do an experiment like any entrepreneur would. And so we took 10 girls, 10 of her friends, and then the moms wanted to join. And we did 4 one-hour lessons. From the first lesson to the 4th lesson, There literally was a metamorphosis. The girls in the beginning, they're whispering, talking to their friends about what they should do. If someone lost their chips, oh, you can have my chips. By the fourth lesson, the girls were sitting up straight. Nobody was going to look at their cards. And definitely nobody was getting a hold of their chips. The confidence in the room was palpable. I would not be a public person today if it wasn't so poignant what happened in the room. And so I knew I couldn't just let it go. So we started to teach more girls. And that's when I realized, because I was also learning, that I've been playing poker my whole life. I just didn't know it. The playing wasn't just about building confidence. The poker table was like every money table I had sat at. It was an opportunity to learn skills. Skills like capital allocation, taking risks, and learning how to strategize. All doing this with no money exchanged, as an FYI. Fast forward to today, we are on a mission to teach 1 million women and girls the game, because it's truly a game changer. Because changing our confidence at the money table will change our trajectory. It will change our futures. Poker Power is now in 40 countries, if you can believe it. We are ironically teaching in companies. We just hit our 230th company that we're teaching at, where CEOs are recognizing how these skills are helping the women at their organizations to be better at the money table. So I know how important today it is to acknowledge those people who are truly making the world better in many ways, and hopefully we are, in some small way, doing that as well. I congratulate all of you, and I'm so inspired by this room and what you're doing. Pick up a deck of cards, join us at Poker Power. We'd love to teach you, and thank you so much.
Powerful, Jenny. Isn't that powerful? Wow. Jenny, thank you so much for the work you do. And last but not least, we are honoring Fran Weisler, a Broadway pioneer, illustrious, echoes with distinction, captivates the soul and celebrates the human condition, extraordinary flair in producing shows, a visionary, the visionary zeal that has redefined the theatrical experience, a producer that shines in the enduring triumph of Chicago, the longest running American musical, the longest running show in its storied annals. Come on, let's give that up right there. Capturing the reverence of the Tony Awards multiple times, ensured vibrancy for generations to come, a vanguard of the Broadway Renaissance whose passion and ingenuity continue to usher in a golden age of theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Fran Weisler. Yes. Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
My God, I don't have to say a word. She said it all. Anyway, thank you for that wonderful introduction. When I met Barry, I was 37, he was 26. He continues to be 11 years younger than me. So it's probably the smartest thing I ever did. And at that time, at 26, he had a dream to one day produce theater on Broadway. The thing is, we had no money, I mean none, and much worse, we didn't know anything. We didn't even know what we didn't know. But I remembered that a troupe of players played my high school. And I said, Barry, we can't go to Broadway, but we'll play high schools. He said, great. We found out that in America, you can't charge students during school hours. This is a democracy and education is free. So now I'm out of my mind. I don't know what to do. I call my best friend and I say, I don't know what to do. I think I love this guy. I have 2 children from a previous marriage. We're all going to starve. I don't know. She says, stop talking. Stop talking. you could play the Catholic schools. They're a private institution and they'll charge during school hours. I said, oh my God, that would be great. But Barry and I happen to be Jewish. And so I never met a priest or a nun. And she said, Fran, there's nothing wrong with them any more than there's anything wrong with you. You're going to meet my nun, Sister Mary, St. Aloysius in Jersey City. You'll know. You'll meet her. You'll know. We go to Jersey City, Barry and me, and there is the nun, Sister Mary. We're in love. We're Jews, and we need her. So she fell in love with us. And because of that meeting, Barry and I spent 16 years playing the Catholic school system in the Northeast part of America. We did Shakespeare, Sophocles, George Bernard Shaw, whatever was required reading. We held a symposium at the termination of the show so the actors could relate to the students and it would be a personal happening for them. And we loved doing it. But then we were a little ambitious. So by the time my children got to college, both of them, and we could afford to fail, because you try very hard not to fail when your children are home, obviously. But now they were in college, we could take a shot. So we did, and we decided to produce our first Broadway show. And it was Shakespeare, because that's all we knew. And it was called Othello, which is one of the most easy to understand of Shakespeare's shows. And it starred James Earl Jones and Christopher Plummer. And for that show, our first time, we won our first Tony. So it was like, I know. And, you know, we never loved our name Weissler. It was just so unpleasant. But when they announced us, they said, and the winner is Fran and Barry Weissler. Which, even worse, I mean, okay. Anyway, subsequently, we were lucky enough to produce Chicago, which is an extraordinary show that we saw at the Encore organization. And they play shows that have failed in the past because 100 years before that, Chicago opened and closed. So they showed it and we saw it and thought, oh my God, this show is wonderful. So we ran home and called Kander and Ebb, the composer and lyricist. And we said, we'll do anything. I know we went the fourth night of encores. Everybody has seen the show. Everybody wants it. But will you give us even a little piece of it? We don't even care if our name is on it, which is a lie. We cared that our name was on it. And he said, there's a long pause. And Fred Ebb says, you have the whole show. We said, what do you mean we have the show? He said, nobody wants Chicago. Nobody wants it. So it's our show. It's really our show. See this jacket? Chicago paid for this jacket. So we were the sole producers, and it literally, professionally, and obviously economically changed our lives. So it's been a long ride, and Barry and I have enjoyed every single minute of it. A friend of mine yesterday, out of the blue, said, do you have any philosophy, Fran? When you get old, people ask you that. And she knew that, as many in the room know, I'm now 95, so I'm pretty damn old. Anyway, I said, thank you. I'll take you home. Thank you. I said, you know, toward the end, all that really matters, in my opinion, is who do you love and who loves you. It can be mother, father, sister, brother, best friend, lover. But all that really matters, I think, is who do you love and who loves you. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed every minute. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Should I get up?
Golden, priceless. Who do you love and who loves you? End of story. Think about that. Are we living that kind of a life? That was this is goals right here. Like achievement. Like I want to achieve this status. Like amazing, amazing. Like just so incredibly amazing. We have had an incredible day. Full of energy, full of vibrancy, full of love, full of joy, full of happiness, full of entrepreneurship, full of money, full of wealth. And we're going to leave this place with all of that following us, leading us, beside us, and we will grow like never before. Thank you all so much for your time today and your encouragement and everything you do. It's not over. Wendy's coming up to make some stuff.
Wait, it's not over. We're like, this is now like,
photo time.
This is like fourth quarter. Right? This is like now we've got like these unbelievable panels that you're going to be inspired, you're going to be excited. Woohoo! So what we're going to do, first we're going to take photos here, and then I want everyone in a photo after. So we'll come here. Where's my, Chen Yu. Woo! Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to take a photo of everyone in the room. Okay, which means like we'll get up, we'll go here. I wish those kids were here. And then we'll do that. Okay, cool. So let's do the photo. Yeah. Get closer though. Okay. Oh yeah, get your hug. Oh, and I want to say that we're going to honor Dr. Ruth. Richard, are you still here? Anyways, Dr. Ruth just got out of the hospital, so she's not joining us now, but we're going to go to her home. We're going to do a video and we'll share it with everyone because, I mean, if anybody should watch, everybody should watch the documentary about Dr. Ruth's life. She's a Holocaust survivor and literally pioneered today sexual health. Woohoo! So in honor of Dr. Ruth, I'd love everyone just to close your eyes and think about what impact you're going to have leaving here and what you thought about and what you're going to leave with everyone here, and think about how you're going to make this world a better place. Let's take 30 seconds. Everyone shut your eyes. I love it. It was so quiet. Woohoo! So I hope you thought about something, because everyone in here, whether you're still a child in kindergarten or not, this room, what you've learned today is I hope changes your life. Woohoo! Okay, let's get it. I love these girls. They inspire me. Okay, wait. Look at this one. 10 years. Okay. All right, now everyone has to stand up and come together so that we're going to do everyone in the photo. And Shannon, you just go right here. We'll take that. So come on. Where's my girl? Come on. Everyone, come on! Come on! We're taking a photo. Just say 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Come on, girl. 1, 2, 3. Take like 5. Can you take my phone whenever you get? All right, go. One more time. 1, 2, 3.
Break back in 10 minutes. Break back in 10 minutes. That's what she just told me. 3-minute countdown, 3-minute countdown. Start slowly coming to your seats. 3-minute countdown. Hashtag choose women. We're getting started. Hashtag choose women at Women's Day. Hashtag we do 2023. Womensday.org. Get on your social handles. Get these messages out. If you can find your seat, please. Find your seats. Okay. Take our time. Okay. We're going to take our time in finding our seats on this one. Thank you all. Yes. Huh? Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's find our seats. Yes. Let me hold on. Okay, find our seats, please. Okay, 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57, 56, 50. 43. 35. 30 seconds, and we are unfortunately out of time. I was behind. Okay, we have a remarkable panel of impactful women, entrepreneurs, and intrapreneurs in driving innovation and supporting and investing in women-led ventures for a more equitable and prosperous future. We'd like the moderator, Lauren Young, to come join us along with her team. Come on up, Lauren. Oh, the people? Okay. All right. Do you have your people? Thank you.
Wait, don't go away.
Yes.
I tried to get her. Don't you think she would be an amazing mayor of New York
Oh,
City?
no.
Applaud loudly if you think this woman should be the mayor of New York City.
No mayor.
She's not interested in the job. How about governor of the state of New York? President of the United States of America.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We'll take you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Hopefully my
Who's our
panelists are
panelists?
coming.
Great. Super.
Sue Wagner, I think you're here somewhere. You're right. You're sitting already. Mark's here, and Muffy. Great. Am I able to sit here, or do I need to stand at the? I can sit. Great. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. We need mic. We need sound. Anyone? Sound?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Emily.
More mics.
She's also tech support. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys.
Amazing.
Boom, boom, boom. Here you go. Perfect.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
I'm Lauren Young. I am a journalist at Reuters. Thank you so much for sticking around for this amazing blockbuster panel. Super fast, we're going to go down and introduce ourselves. Muffy, you introduce yourself.
I'm Muffy McMillan, and I'm a family member to a company called Cargill Inc., and I'm very involved with Opportunity International. So today I'm taking on the role of Cargill and Opportunity International. If I went and told you the rest, we'd be here all day.
That's okay. Sue?
Sue Wagner, co-founder of BlackRock and major annoyance for Wendy Diamond.
Mark?
Yeah, Mark Laurie. I'm the CEO and founder of a startup called Wonder. It's a food tech company started in New York City.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Sue, I'm going to ask you first. What do you think is the importance of supporting women entrepreneurs, being a woman entrepreneur yourself?
So a lot of people have already talked about a lot of the statistics, but
But this is a little closer to you.
I think, oh God. Look, the economic and social merits of supporting education and income earning opportunities for girls and women are well documented. In recent reports, very recent reports, researchers at the IMF and elsewhere have cited continued gaps in labor force participation, actually got worse through the pandemic, and pay parity, and estimated that cutting those gaps just in half, not even closing the gap, would add 6 to 8% to global GDP. That's $6 to $8 trillion just cutting it in half. And that growth has a multiplier effect. So it would produce a very long tail of good for the world. So again, things that other people have touched on, women drive 70 to 80% of consumer purchasing decisions, and when they can, they tend to spend that disproportionately on education and health. Strong, healthy families translate to more robust and more resilient communities, the benefits of which ripple out across society, creating more opportunity and greater prosperity for all. Obviously, those benefits don't accrue just to women entrepreneurs, but so often, again, as you've heard, working out of your home or in a cottage industry is the only way for women to get a start. So you don't have to create a unicorn to make a difference. You just have to have a chance.
Nice, thank you. Mark, talk to me. You have invested in so many women-led ventures. Give me some examples and tell me what makes them unique and special.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on what Sue said, though, I've always had in all my startups a fair and equitable compensation system where the comp is completely transparent and everybody at the same level in the org makes exactly the same amount of money, which is, I think, really unique for a startup. But I just felt like that was the fairest way to do it. And
Thank you for
that's
doing that.
one of our 3 core values is fairness. And it's worked out really well because I've just noticed over time, people come into the startup and they want to get paid what they were getting paid somewhere else. And to bring them in, you have to pay them more. And then you have this disparity, gap in income and stuff. And so we kind of just level set that and say, no, you're going to come in, you're going to be interviewed. We're going to tell you like what your peer group is, if it's a director or a senior director. Once we say that's your peer group and everyone agrees that's your peer group, then you get paid the same amount of money. So there's no negotiating. There's no, if you want to join, great. If not, then and it's worked out really well. I think we've been able to get incredible talent because people appreciate the culture of the org. I have two daughters. One is in college, the other one graduated already, and just as a dad of two daughters, I just want to make sure that they're in the best possible place to succeed. My mom, had me when she was 20 years old in Staten Island, New York, and she was a stay-at-home mom her whole life. But I know she would have been an incredible entrepreneur, and I just like the idea of trying to help more people to live their dream of doing something on their own.
Thank you. Muffy, I'm curious from you, you're very involved in an organization, Opportunity International, that helps lift women up. Why is that important to you?
Women are so powerful. You heard me speak today. I won't speak as long. I'll condense it down.
And she has great data, too.
Women are very powerful change agents. And even if you put a woman in a corporation, a large corporation, they bring diversity, they bring new ideas, innovation, entrepreneurs. And so a woman, what I really like is if you invest in a woman, as you all know from this morning, you're investing in the family, you're investing in the community, you're investing in education, health, well-being. And I think what's kind of interesting, women put 90% of their income back into the communities and families where men put 35 to 40% back. And I thought that was an interesting statistics. And if we had a level playing field with men and women, this was kind of interesting. A woman would add 12 trillion back into the global economy by 2025, and that's only 2 years from now. So women, I believe in. Opportunity International is a woman kind of driven organization where we help the poorest of the poor. These are the women who make less than $2 or $1 a day. And we go out and visit these women. They're not sad, they're not upset, they are so grateful for their lives. They're happy. We don't even know happy unless we're the United States, capitalistic driven society, and they are there just in the moment, praying and grateful. And what we do is we help women develop. I'm talking too long. I love talking. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, no, it's amazing because I was out in the field in Bihar, India, and this woman raised her hand and, in her language said, and I wanted to cry, "Thank you for giving me dignity and self-respect." That's what Opportunity International does. We give women dignity and self-respect because they can start their businesses. And, it's so remarkable. And I just have to say one thing. With Opportunity, I got so excited that I put together a group of 13 ladies. Most of them are sitting here at the OI table. Raise your hand. Woo. And I've got to do a shout out. I did this recipe of women warriors. And, how do you do that? I stumbled into it. I looked at each person and I said, "Come to India." And one of my friends said, "I can't come to India. I work for Morgan Stanley." And I said, "Well, we're going to go have dinner with the wealthiest guy in India. Maybe you can recruit him to your portfolio." I said, "Come to India." She came to India. And anyway, so there were 13 of us, a good cross-section here. And we have a lot of amazing people, doctors, geneticists, lawyers, and they all brought a friend. And I want to sit and introduce everyone.
We don't have time for that.
I know. So anyway, the women warriors have gone about raising money and helping as a group to help better the conditions of women all over the world. In a nutshell, I'd go on and on.
It's okay. No.
But anyway, it's an amazing organization. What I really like is we do inside trips. And these inside trips really, you get to know people, you get to know the business, you get to understand the strategy, you get to meet the clients, and it's so powerful. Once you go on an inside trip, you're hooked.
All right, I'm coming. Thank you so much.
Me too. Can I come?
Go ahead, Mark.
Can I come
Yeah.
on?
Mark, we're coming. Mark, tell me about some of the companies that you've invested in that are women-led and why you decided to invest in those particular companies.
Yeah, probably I can think of at least 3 or 4. Nora Ali, Mason Media, it's a production company. Bliss of Bridgeford, it's a conversational commerce company. Jacqueline Rice, she is actually the daughter of Jerry Rice, but she's got a goat fuel energy drink company. Got who else? Elizabeth Cordry. It's an app that helps people be more thoughtful.
And
which-
what is it about these women? Why did you give them the money? What is it? Where's the spark?
Yeah, I mean, I used to do this startup stand-up, where I try to mentor women entrepreneurs on how to raise money. I think, the ideas are there, the drive is there, access to capital seems to be a little bit, tilted and not in female direction. So trying to help, I've spent a lot of time raising money over my life and wanted to, basically help them raise money. And one way to help is by actually investing. But, I'm not investing to help. I'm investing because they're incredible entrepreneurs. And I think the business is incredible. And I can't believe, they wouldn't get funded otherwise. But I just like to be involved in the community there.
So what do you think are the biggest challenges for women entrepreneurs as someone who's founded a company? You being 1/4 of the people who helped found that company. But, taking the leap, were you scared?
Were we scared? No, I think we were naive. I mean, speaking
Is
of
that
myself,
better than being scared? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, because you're a little fearless.
Right.
You figure it's all going to work out one way or another. I sort of thought, what guided me to the decision was several things. First of all, I think you have to have a great, like I know someone mentioned this before, I know a lot of entrepreneurs who are a solution in search of a problem. That just really doesn't work. So, you have to have a good idea that you believe in. You have to have great partners, and you have to have supporters. Then you have to be willing to take a leap, right? And so for me, I was working full time. My dad kind of thought, why would you leave a steady job and a steady income? But I was 26.
It's always the dads, right? It's never the moms, it's the dad.
But I was 26, and I thought, if I'm not going to take a risk now, when am I going to do it? I also thought, I don't want to look over my shoulder and wonder what if. And so, you have to sort of take a chance on yourself, bet on yourself. And if it doesn't, my thought was, again, this is the naivety, but my thought was, if it doesn't work out, then I will still have learned a lot. And I'll go and I'll find a job. So that was sort of the journey of deciding to take the leap.
Amazing. Muffy, go ahead, Mark.
I always say that the naivete is like the primary ingredient you need to be an entrepreneur. You have to have a little 10-year-old in you and think you can do anything. And if you let yourself see all the risks, you'll never take the leap.
Exactly. What are the other traits you need?
I think it's ability to take risk, not be afraid to fail, be comfortable with uncertainty. There's no time to dwell on something that didn't go wrong or worry about something that may go wrong in the future. You have just zero time, so you have to, just be laser focused on today and making the most progress you can. A lot of people have a hard time with that because there's so much uncertainty. There's so many things that are not going right every day, and you have to just forget, learn, move on very, very quickly. So it's adaptability, risk taking, and then sheer work ethic. Yeah, exactly.
Chutzpah.
Grit and drive and work ethic, 100-hour-a-week mentality. Like, you won't stop until you succeed.
Right.
Yeah.
And you won't sleep, right, Muffy?
Yes.
I'm very interested in the farming work that you've done through your organization. If you could just very quickly talk a little bit about the impact it's had.
I'll be very quick. Cargill obviously supports women farmers. We're an agriculture company, and one of the things that we've really seen is that women do play an important role in feeding the world, especially in developing countries. The women supply 80% of the food in the developing countries around the world. And what I really like is our family recognizes the importance of the female farmer. We started a program and we partnered with Heifer, and it's a chicken program about raising chickens and bringing them to market. And it's called Hatching Hope. I love that name. And we have found that chickens are easy to raise, they're cheap to raise, they produce eggs and the chicken that you eat, and that's the highest protein content that you can get. So it's cheap, easy to get it to the markets, and it has a high protein content. And so I look at this program this is just one program, but I have so much pride that we spend that much energy with women, promoting them, giving them all the stuff I said today, the talk about what we give them, the tools, the training. That's us, so I won't repeat it. But I'm very proud that we support women. It's a big deal in Cargill.
Thank you. So Sue loves to do research, and I did research on her. She went to Wellesley, and she recently returned, 2016, is that when it was? 2014, to give a commencement speech. And I love this particular line from the speech. Sue says, have goals, but don't be wed to a plan. The future will be filled with paths you cannot see today, so be open, work hard, embrace your paranoia, take risks that will cause you to stretch and grow, have confidence in your ability to figure it out. Why is that so important, Sue?
So, I mean, the context matters here, right? I was speaking to newly minted college graduates, and they are coming from a pressure cooker of exams and papers and expectations to excel that inherently discourage risk-taking. And so as they begin to consider sort of the protective bubble outside the college, they're told to find and pursue their passion, which just produces a lot more anxiety.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, really, what is that suggestion? Are they supposed to write a to-do list for their lives at 22? So I really thought that was bad advice. And my suggestion to them instead was know what's important to you. Things like working with people you trust and being able to learn from your colleagues and being able to pay your bills. I got a lot of thank you notes from parents after that one. And, recognize that being afraid is normal, but being paralyzed by that fear is not. You need to stay curious, you need to keep learning, and you need to trust yourself and your instincts and know that you can pick yourself up if you fail and pivot if you head down the wrong path. And trust yourself to figure out what's right for you, not up front, not once, but every step along the way. So to me, there's that old saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. That was what I hope, that the truth that they took away and that we all take away.
Amazing. Mark, before we wrap this up, I wanted to hear from you a little bit. It's a room filled mostly with women, some men. Why do we need men as allies?
Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Drum roll, please.
I was watching that countdown. I'm like, all right, I'm good now. And then more questions. You dropped the bomb at the end. Why do we need men as allies? I mean, I don't know if you just need allies. It's not necessarily you need men. I mean, I think you just need allies. And being an entrepreneur is grueling. I always say it's like eating glass every day, and you don't know if you're going to get cut on the way down. That's really what it feels like when you're really in it. And so, yeah, you definitely need allies in that situation. But I don't know specifically why.
No,
men.
we'll all eat glass and we'll
Yeah.
we'll experience.
But we all need support networks.
Right.
Yeah, we all need. That's what it is. It's really the support network and having people that you can count on, and also a safe environment to fail. So I think having a partner in that situation is really valuable, like, because a lot of times you're like thinking that you're not going to make it and you need someone there to remind you of why you're doing what you're doing. And I think that's
So I'll give Mark a little plug because he was a good sport for this. He has a company called Wonder. If you live here in New York City, you're probably seeing the ads. Check it out. You can order all food from all these different restaurants, which sounds really amazing. And also, he just invested in Blue Apron. So if you are a challenge chef in the kitchen, that's a good way to learn. Final word. If you had to describe an entrepreneur in one word, what would it be? Muffy.
Innovative and self-confident.
That's 2 words, but they were good ones. That's okay. Sue.
Fearless.
Mark.
That was my word.
I knew it. I took it.
Yeah. I mean, I think
A
I would
glass
say-
eating fearless person?
I would say animal.
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 Nice. All right.
Just
All
kinda-
right, let's all give them an animalistic round of applause. Thank you so much, Muffy, Sue, Mark. Great. Thank you.
Excellent panel. Excellent. Thank you, moderator, for making that happen. Amazing. Some takeaways from this panel: support education. You don't have to create a unicorn, you just have to create a chance. Love that. Pay equity, be fair, help more people. Women are powerful change agents. Give women dignity and respect. And if you let yourself see all the risk, you'll never take the lead. Grit, drive, work ethic. Last one, being afraid is normal. Being paralyzed by it is not. Loved that panel. Let's give it up one more time for that panel. And let's open up to introducing our next to last panel, Investing in Equality, Billions Committed to Bridging the Funding Gap. If we could have moderator Jennifer Cunningham come join us along with her panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, Jennifer Cunningham. Jennifer, along with your panelists. Okay. Right here. Okay, great. Are you the moderator? Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Anywhere. Yeah, anywhere is good. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's me again, Jennifer H. Cunningham. I am the editor-in-chief of the news division for Business Insider. We've got a really illustrious panel here today. We are going to be talking about investing in equity, billions committed to bridging the funding gap, and this is our panel. I'm really excited to host this panel about the rise of and importance of funds managed by women and people of color. And I'm thrilled to introduce our panelists. First off, in our center, we have Jennifer Geronimo. She is a veteran of the financial services industry and the CEO of Gangels Inc., venture capital firm. To the extreme left is Jenny Just, the co-founder of Peak Six Strategic Capital, which houses several financial product and service brands. She also founded Power Poker, which uses the game to empower the lives of women. And to my left is Constance Adams Morgan, a writer, advisor, director, and entrepreneur who founded the publishing company Constance Holst. Thank you for being here, ladies.
Thank you.
So let's jump right into it. To start, would each panelist just take a moment to tell us how you got to where you are and how did you find your purpose?
Okay, I'll go first. So I started out in the banking industry, to be quite frank. It was the first job that offered me a job out of college, and I took it. I remember, there's a joke that it's real, but I had a job to go either into fashion or banking. The fashion job was like all the way on the east side, not next to any subways, and so I decided to go into finance, and that's how I got into it. But what really got me excited about it was the opportunity to help other women when I started a male-dominated industry. Typically, I was the only woman in the room. I was the person who was taking the notes in the meetings. But I didn't really mind that because I felt like those roles needed to be, someone needed to take them. No one was raising their hand. And it allowed me to kind of shine in an organization that really valued me. And so, and then as I continued to grow, being able to help other women in the industry and lift them up was really rewarding to me. And so really it it was all about helping women all from the beginning. And then moving into the venture industry 2.5 years ago, where Angels, our mission is showing the world that equity in access and representation leads to positive returns. It's not a nice to have, it's a need to have. And being able to do that externally, not just for the people in my company, was like my dream job. And so that's how I landed where I am today.
Thank you.
I can go next. I'm basically your opposite. I started in the fashion industry and I ended up in the fintech industry. So I started a publishing company in PR and I ended up in the finance sector, which is what we're at now. And it's almost a natural occurrence when you come into the public relations aspect. People always need money. So it ended up with that. I ended up on the financial side of starting to help people raise money. And now we are into another space where we're actually trying to raise money for museums. So we have just started a new fintech company called Morgan Guaranteed, which is going to be helping museums to raise money.
Beautiful. And so my background was maybe a little bit closer to yours. I grew up on the trading floor, so the Chicago Board Options Exchange. I didn't know anything about it. I sort of ended up there as a token female who could answer math questions. It turns out that it was still one of the best years of my career. It's like a sporting event all day long, every day. All men, and completely ridiculous. But I ended up really appreciating options and thinking about them a little bit differently, I think. And to the diversity point, I think when we decided to start our own firm, Peak Six, it's been 26 years. We've never had a losing year. And the truth is we started with 2 people in a room and we're competing with the best in the world. You know, Goldman and Susquehanna and Citadel all existed when we started. And we approached the problem differently. And I think we approach it differently because I was there. Because we know what my co-founder's male, but we know roughly what he would have done. And we did something different. We were both incredibly important, but I think we became something from nothing because there was diversity in the room.
Thank you. My next question is, as we all know, women and people of color have systemically lacked access to capital, to financial resources and services. And why do you and the organizations that you lead believe in the importance of diversifying access and finance generally, and in the venture capital space specifically?
So I'll go first. Women outperform men. It's a fact. And so I always find it funny when people ask like questions like, why is that important? And again, I mentioned it in the first question, right? That is our whole purpose of my company, Angels, is to show the world that it's not a risk, that it's actually the right thing to do. It's the smart things to do, and it brings and it will make you money. And really, I think for women who are trying to get that capital, right, it's about building your network of people, knowing the right organizations that will open those doors for you. And that's really probably one of the hardest parts, right, is just knowing the room before you go into it and finding those friendly places. But I think it's super important in venture because women only get 2% of funding. Yet there's all these stats that show that women outperform, that women hold on to cash, women are better wartime, I call it wartime CEO, right? In a market like we are in today, women are gonna keep track of that cash a little bit tighter. I know I'm making some really big statements, and I know they're a little bit, they're broad statements that people would say is maybe be a little bit stereotypical, but that's my passion and I truly believe it. And so that's why I think it's important though that women get the funding that they need.
Go ahead.
We don't consider it being a risk either to invest in women. As a matter of fact, I feel like we tend to have more in common with women, and they tend to be more accountable for risk, basically themselves. So it becomes actually much more non-risky to invest in a woman.
And I would agree too. There's no monopoly by gender or race on great ideas. So why would I limit the opportunities we can have, limit the type of employees we can hire, limit the type of investments or where we would make them from?
Thank you. What if the investment fails? How do you handle the possibility of failing and a failure generally?
Well, I think in venture, right, failure is going to happen, right? It's in especially with angels where we write a lot of checks. Probably not the largest checks, but we write a lot, and we're playing the game of volume, right? So I expect my portfolio companies to fail. I expect a certain percentage of them to fail, right? The thing is that men, and again, I might be making these sweeping statements, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, but men tend to fail forward, right? I can't tell you how many times I look at pitch decks from men, and they say, I'm a serial entrepreneur, and they list out the companies. And then you go back and you go, but those weren't successful companies, right? But yet they keep getting the funding. And so women right now, though, because they're, women only get 2% of the funding, so you're not going to see a lot of serial entrepreneurs because they just don't get the funding. And so when they fail, it's a big deal, like, oh, that woman failed. When I always just say, fail forward, fail fast, expect it at times, but if you invest in a company that you believe is solving a problem, and you've heard this all throughout the day, that you believe that's solving a problem that needs to be solved, you at least that's my mantra for how I personally invest my money. Whether I make money or lose money, I know I'm putting my money towards my values, my belief system, and the things that are important to me.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. When we also make our own investments, we actually look at soft values and how managers are dealing within the company and the soft values. And many times, women are just better managers, better at managing people, and they get better results.
I have a quick story, but first I guess I would say losing, isn't a failure, it's learning. And, and I was talking to a couple of the women last night, right? We have relationships in our life, and we have a relationship with our money. And there's no relationship that's perfect. Your money should go on a journey with you. And if you want a really stable, straight up to the right journey with your money, and you're not going to take risk, you're not going to have a very high outcome. And so you're going to have to take more risk. Now, it's a personal choice, big or small risk. We like to talk about, especially for young women, taking more risks with an S early. It's not necessarily bigger risks. Or bigger risk. It is more risks so that I get practice trying, failing, understanding, learning, growing. It's like, we like to call it compound experience as opposed to compound interest. You really start to accelerate your growth curve in an exponential way if you can get those experiences early enough. So take the risk then, because then by the time they feel really weighty and big and I've got all these other responsibilities, you've done it before or you've seen something similar. So your calculated way of taking that risk will be that much better. So my final piece is a story. I was at a dinner a couple of weeks ago, and a gentleman, very senior gentleman, and he made sure we all knew it.
was talking about how women at their firm coming up as managing partners, when they come and ask for that position, they always have a perfect story. And he doesn't know anything about me, doesn't know anything about my background. And all I said to him is, are you surprised? I said, because we're not taught to fail. Right? We're not practicing failing along the way. So our expectation is if I want to get from here to there, I better be very well be damn good every single point. But the truth is the gentleman who's been failing on his entire journey to get there is actually looking for you to do that as well. It's just not communicated. It's not clear. It's not understood. So I will tell you, your perfect journey might be perfect to you in a certain way, but if your perfect journey entails anything beyond sort of a flattish curve to the right, if you want some extraordinary opportunities in your life, you're going to have to take some risk.
I could add to that as well. I sit on some boards, and I feel it's very important for the board to actually talk to the management to be able to take risks that it will not be held against them if they fail.
Right.
Because it's the only way the company can grow is if the management takes risks. And there's too many people where you become stagnant.
Yep.
Because the management don't take risks. So it's really important from the board perspective. When you talk about women, they get nervous, they get fired, they think they're going to get fired. That the board would then say, no, we have your back, we're not going to get fired, but you need to take risks.
Yep.
If I learned something from Poker Power, right? So we're playing the game, and I end up winning the first couple of hands because I completely bluff it, right? And now I'm playing with a lot more chips, right? And now I can take more risks. I think that's a little bit about what men have. Because women 10 years ago, you didn't see women in the venture space. You didn't see women investors. You didn't see the big stories that you even see today, right? They're playing, so we're playing with our own money right now in a lot of cases. In a lot of the circles that I'm running in, we're playing with our own money, and we're hoping to hit big with something, right? Men are playing with house money because they've been playing for 10 to 15 years earlier from us. They've got a couple of wins. Now all of a sudden they can double down here. And it was funny. It didn't dawn on me until Poker Power. And I said, oh, that's it. That's it.
It's
And
really
now I just
quite
got to keep.
magical. Yeah.
It is.
What you start to see.
Yeah.
Especially too when you start to play with men, but we start with a safe environment for women. But yes.
House money, it's a good
Yeah,
it
is.
What is your advice to the people here who may manage venture capital funds, who are entrepreneurs, who are seeking investment, or more broadly, who are individuals who want to launch their own businesses? What should they be doing? What should they stop doing?
Well, we all know what my answer is, which is to play poker. And I will tell you a couple of things. One is playing poker in person, right? It's hard for women because guess what? Most of you don't know how to play, and I'm telling you this, and your friends don't know how to play. So we are on a mission, obviously, to do that. But playing in person is incredibly important. But also, we did build the first gender, in my opinion, the first gender-neutral poker app, Poker Power Play. You can practice online. You can practice with bots. You can practice in a safe environment with our women every day, 3 or 4 times a day. You get the women who learn in our events can go and do that. But what you will see by practicing, I always say it's like exercise. You don't get muscles in one visit, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, you'll know the lingo when you're done if you do an in-person event with us, but you don't know what you don't know. You don't get this kind of insight. We get this all the time. Our testimonials are crazy. We get them all the time from all different seniority levels, all different age groups. Until you get hands under your belt. And so you just need to see. And it's fascinating because I was not an online gamer. What you know about the player you're playing online, right? That is also fascinating. And then the final thing is, for us, is posting and talking about it. So we normalize the idea that women are going to be taking risk. They should be at every table. We're going to practice and we're going to get to those tables where men are not welcoming us today. And by the way, most of our women who play at Poker Power are better than the average male poker player, like after 75 minutes, because we do such a good job teaching. It's a really unique opportunity, I would say.
No, I couldn't agree. And it's part of our educational program. We have a program for women to demystify venture for our female members who are also investors. And part of the curriculum is Poker Power. And it's because I truly believe you have so many aha moments in that session that really like drilled home. The other thing I would say is just advice is you, and we've heard it throughout the day, is you got to really believe that you can do it. And listen, you're going to have those moments where you doubt yourself, but you got to be careful with that negative Nancy in your head saying, oh my, watch. As humans, right, we're built to like protect ourselves, right? And so that's what that is for, is to protect. But that was like when we were like hunting and gathering and, and a bear is coming. At this point, get rid of that negative Nancy. Learn to acknowledge her. Go, I hear you, but you're going away, and I'm going to believe in myself, and I'm going to double down.
I agree with her.
We're out of time. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Great panel, guys. We're getting towards the end of the day. I know sometimes the sugar or whatever you eat for lunch, you kind of like, but we're going to wake back up because this is about women empowerment, and we're so thankful that you're here. Hey, get rid of negative Nancy. Let's do that now at the end of the day. Appreciate options. Women outperform men. That's just a fact. Build your network. Know the room. Failure. It's expected. Men fail forward. Women should consider the same. Losing isn't a failure, it's learning. Take risk early. The game of poker, men are playing with house money. Let's think about it. Give it up for the panel. Next to last panel, we have Show Her the Money. Catherine Gray and Bridget Smith, come on up here. Come on up. All right.
I just want to start off saying, unlike Wendy, I do not have 3 ex-boyfriends in the room. Let's just say that right up front. So I'm Catherine Gray, the producer of Show Her the Money, and this is one of my associate producers, investors, Bridget L. Smith. I know we've met many of you in the room, and we're excited to share the trailer with you today. Many people have said today that you create something because there was a need, and that's how we felt about this film. We felt like there was no film out there about the fact that we only get 2% of venture capital. And for 10 years, I've been kind of working on this. And then the last couple of years, we produced this film because I thought, how are we going to change this? And, being a filmmaker and having done this throughout my life, I thought, there has to be a movie about this to encourage more women to learn what is venture capital, why would I want to invest in it, and how do I get funding from it? But all in lay terms and in great, fascinating, engaging storytelling way, right? And so we believe we're the first film to really address this. And we're taking it on a 50-city tour to engage women and men who have daughters around the country to learn about venture in lay terms so they're not fearful of it and that they're actually excited about it because it's the only way that we're going to change the 2%. I know I've been talking about that 2% for at least 10 years and some of you longer. And so we're going to change that 2%, aren't we, ladies? Yeah. We impact 80% of the buying decisions why don't we impact more than 50% of the investing decisions? If we do that, that's power. And you can go out there and vote, but in this way, you can vote with your money. And that's what's so important about this. So we hope you'll enjoy the trailer that we're going to share with you now and let you know that you can follow us as to what city we'll be in near you, and also ask us to screen in your city. We're going to be in, it's showherthemoneymovie.com. And if you are in either New York or LA, we are in theaters here December 1st through the 7th. Please come out and see the entire film. So December 1st through the 7th, we're at the village, at the Angelica East Village here in New York. You can get a ticket. In LA, we'll be at the Lemley Monica, Santa Monica. And so we hope you enjoy the trailer. Would you like to say something, Miss Bridget? She's an incredible investor and enthusiast of helping female investors. Female founders.
Thank you, Catherine. Hi, everybody. Catherine pretty much said it all. So let me just try to paraphrase. So I went from television to tech to an executive at Google, retired from Google, and I full-time invest now. So Catherine, I actually presented my very first just conversation around how my journey has led me to this place at Gangels with Jennifer Geronimo on the stage, who just left. She invited me to speak. That's where Catherine and I met. Catherine was in the audience, and she peppered me afterwards with emails and said, you gotta see, I want you to be a part of this film. And I thought she wanted me in the film. And I'm like, what? Is it done? So you don't want me in the film, you want me to invest in the film. And I had never invested in alternative assets before. I've invested in almost 200 startups. I write a whole lot of checks. I also teach women who are founders on how to think like an investor. So when you see an investor, you don't see a dollar sign, you see a potential relationship. So I help them understand how to do that. So Catherine came along. I then invested in her film, and now I'm on tour, this 50-city tour, to help her promote and help her get the word out. So we hope you enjoy the teaser that you're going to see today. The film itself is amazing. I'm not in it, but I did write a check. People always ask me, is that you? It's not me. It's another beautiful Black woman. But yeah, we really hope you enjoy the teaser that you're going to see today. I'm telling you, the first time I saw the film, we were in LA, and the people in the film were in the audience. So it was kind of a surreal moment. And then when you see, if any good movie has an arc, right? There's a villain, there's drama, you wonder what happened. This film has all of those ingredients. So even though it's a documentary, it's fantastic. So we thank you for your support. And we just, see my cue, we just won 3 awards. For Best Feature Documentary. Any other cues? No. Okay. All right. That was my only cue. So we hope you enjoy. Thank you so much.
If you think about all the technology companies that we know about today, they were all funded by venture capitalists early on.
Historically, women have been shut out of the venture capital world. It has been on purpose. Money is power, and this is a very lucrative industry.
I win. I was raised to believe that talking about money was in bad taste. Men always talked about it.
Someone needs to do something about this.
To be a founder takes grit. Dapper Boy is gender-neutral clothing. I've been fundraising now for over a year. We're out of capital. I don't know what else to do.
I'll never forget one investor
Good to move on.
asked me if this was just a passion project of mine until I had a baby.
We connect breast cancer survivors to certified mastectomy fitters. So we joke that it's like Warby Parker for boobs.
This could easily be a billion-dollar company.
Why are you an angel investor?
I'm not going to lie, I like money, right? But if I can invest and help another woman get somewhere they want to go, it's a gift to get to do it.
We have 2 companies that are already $1 billion and above. It's kind of unheard of to have unicorns this quickly.
If I write a woman a $10,000 check, she's actually going to go much further with that money than a similarly situated male would. The returns are actually better when you invest in women.
A study by McKinsey shows that investable assets controlled by women are expected to rise to $30 trillion by the end of the decade. What are they going to do with that money?
We support female founders. 10 years from now, we'll look like the geniuses, right?
If these women don't get funding, what innovations are we going to be missing out on that could impact the planet?
Business is fun, huh? Rockstar life.
Well documented. Well said. Excellent, excellent work. We are at our closing remarks. And with high energy, we want to call H.E. Wook Jin Chang, Chief NGO Branch, Office of Intergovernmental Support and Coordination for SDG DESA, United Nations, to the stage if you are here. Yes, both of them. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy called me a month ago, and she asked me to speak here. And as a career diplomat, I never say no to anybody, and especially when you know the repercussion of saying no, you always say yes. And 2 hours ago, I entered the room, and I really regretted having said yes, because I've never been in this kind of setting of the and as Mark said, I've never been in the room filled with female animals. But after listening to the all the great panelists and the awardees on the remarks, I really enjoyed and I really appreciated the invitation to speak. And I'm really humbled and grateful to have this chance to speak here before you today. And as you know, I'm not female, and I'm not woman, and I'm not entrepreneur. But I think Wendy invited me because I'm different. And in Korea, there is an old saying that if you want to have a good friend, find someone similar to you. But if you want to have a long-lasting friend, find someone different from you. So today, as we wrap up this the great session, I'm reminded of the profound truth and wisdom that accepting the diversity will accelerate the partnership and cooperation, not in terms of the only of the friendship, but in the work. As you know, we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which was unanimously adopted by the world leaders in 2015, and it is also you might be more familiar with the ESG in private sector, but from 2015 to the end of the 2030 goals, this year was exactly the halfway, and we had this SDG summit meeting in September, and the number tells us some serious issues. Only we are at 15% of the goal target, and it is a serious problem. And if we were in private sector, we must have been fired already, and you must have shifted to Plan B. But we don't have Plan B because we don't have Planet B, as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once said. For the world, the SDGs are not merely ambitious benchmarks, but a crucial lifeline for our planet and its inhabitants. One of the reasons why I think we have little progress so far is there are numerous reasons, but the United Nations, have been acting and talking only in our comfort zone, which is only discussing things with the diplomats and government officials. It is not late yet, I think, and we must broaden our perspective and horizon to bring different the perspectives and experiences from NGOs and private sectors, especially the voices of the women's. Your presence here today at the culmination of this the Women's the Entrepreneurship Day is a testament to the importance of the diversity in driving the positive change. We have 6,000 more NGOs and private sectors accredited to the United Nations. And especially these days, more and more private sectors, as well as foundations like yours, are being accredited to support the work of the United Nations. And door is open for your the more voices, and we need you. And we are ready to work collaboratively with you to accelerate the accomplishment of the SDGs. Your support is not just welcome. It is essential for the success of this global, important, crucial mission. Together, as a long-lasting friends towards an important journey, let's embrace the challenges ahead and work towards a more sustainable and equitable goals. Thank you very much.
I mean, they did let me in here, so I have to say thank you so much. And it's so true, right? Because you can't look at somebody where they went to school or, you know, where they're from or what socioeconomic class they are or what religion or what else is there? There's a lot of other ones. Religion, what race, whatever it is, we need to accept everyone and we need to basically embrace everyone who's willing to take that chance. And one of the things Dr. Ruth said to me was her favorite quote is, is that somebody asked her what her favorite animal was. And she said turtle because they stick their necks out. So I just loved that. And I just think, like, you know, what we're doing here today is collaborating. I hope you met a ton of people. I hope you'll all come to our closing reception that's at a $300 million mansion on 38th and Madison. It's the Poland consulate. And it's so beautiful and it's special. And our foundation is celebrated in Poland and in 100 countries and all across the United States and cities and high school. We launched in the high schools this year too. Woohoo! And so, all I can say is thank you so much. Share our social media. Take the card, donate $1. You can donate. The money will go to Opportunity International. It'll go to Defy Ventures in supporting, women in prison to learn entrepreneurship. It'll go to Adelante, the organization that was the inspiration for this whole movement around the world. Thank you so much for being here. Woohoo! Woo! We did it! We did it! I have to say thank you to Ebony, who has been the most unbelievable MC ever. I want to thank all our volunteers. Woo! Chenyu, Alana, Pinky, Liz, woo! Everyone, just thank you so much because this is grassroots, it's authentic, and it's real, right? Woohoo! Okay.